We do have a room full of people who've been waiting, so I'll just go through the script, guys, while you're getting settled. Good morning and welcome to meeting number 1. We don't think it'll be a perfect meeting, but it'll be our first meeting. Just by way of introduction, for those who might need it, my name is Shelley Carroll. I'm the councillor for Don Valley North, and I'm chair for the Economic and Community Development Committee. And the clerk has confirmed that we do have quorum. It includes some members that are joining us online. So I'll call us to order. Today's meeting is being held with members of council and city staff participating both by video conference and in person in City Hall in Committee Room 1. City Hall is open to the public and anyone is welcome to attend the meeting today. The public may continue to participate electronically by video conference if they'd like. This meeting's being live streamed online at youtube.com at Toronto City Council Live. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Economic and Community Development Committee's page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers button for today's meeting, which is there now. It was not this morning, but members may wish to view the length of that list. If you're registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen to me to call your name. We have a long list for item number 5, so what I may do is call not only who we're calling for to speak, but we'll give you some notice of who's next after that so that we can keep that list moving along. I will call speakers in the order on which they're posted on the list on the website. I ask for everyone's patience. If we should experience having the joint hybrid meeting, we may experience some delays and technical problems during the meeting. The city clerk has provided all agenda material on toronto.ca/council, and for the members, it's on our CMP, the clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need any help with your devices. There are a couple of members. We expect to have guest non-members because there's an item of interest to really all councillors, an urgent matter. But members participating with us who do have a vote online are Councillor Ainsley and Councillor Robinson. Councillor Robinson, you may not have noticed for guests, is the vice chair of this committee. So we have a live chair and a remote vice chair. Welcome, Madam Vice Chair. So, members, this is a paperless meeting. I want to remind you that you really should still submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at ecdc@toronto.ca to help you with your motions. We already have quite a few. And with that, I'd like to do the acknowledgement, our land acknowledgement. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples. And Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. So at this point, I'd like to ask, having reviewed the agenda, if councils want to note any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. I don't see any at home, and I don't see any in the room. Seeing none, we'll proceed with the meeting. So before going through the agenda, I would like to move the following motion as pertains to item number 5, so that when we adopt the order paper, we have a long list of speakers. And so for that item, I'd like to note that for speakers who have not pre-registered to speak, speaking will be allowed to register until 10:30, after which we'll be cutting off. There'll be no new registrants to speak. And that will allow us to close the speakers list at that time. And the length of presentations on that item will be limited to 3 minutes. Out of fairness, we will also limit councillors to 3 minutes in their questions of the deputants, but they will be allowed to question each and every deputant. So if I'm posing that as a motion, I'm wondering if councillors would like to adopt that now, that on that item with the long speakers list, item number 5, speakers will be 3 minutes. Oh, there we go. The motion is now on the screen. All in favor of that motion? See, Ed, we have enough to carry the motion right here in the room, but thank you, Vice Chair, for your vote as well. Thank you. Okay.
Madam Chair, I'd like to be noted as negative.
Okay, Councillor Ainsley wants to be noted in the negative. Does that require us to do then a recorded vote? That would require a recorded vote. Okay, councillors, we're going to record the vote on that then. That's to facilitate noting that Councillor Ainsley is in the negative. So if we could put the motion back up on the screen. I don't know if we can. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to ask the secretary to proceed with the vote.
All those in favor of adopting the motion before you on the screen, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Moyes, Councillor Thompson.
And at home.
Councillor J. Robinson, how are you voting? In favor? Thank you.
Yes, in favor.
Any opposed? Councillor Ainsley. That motion carries.
Okay. With that, we will review the order paper. I know we may have, I don't know if we have new members listening in their offices. I know that some are interested in this item. On all of the items, we're going to review the order paper now. If you have an interest in an item that you want us to hold it for questions or for speeches, you should be participating in the meeting right now because we're going to go through the order paper and decide those items that people wish to hold for consideration. They'll be held if they have a speaker. But beyond that, we'll then proceed with the agenda. Those items that have been held, non-members of the committee will get to question staff first and then members, and then non-members of the committee will speak, and then members of the committee will speak and can move motions and can vote on the items. So just to refresh people's memory, because orientation was a long time ago. Okay, so councillors, on the agenda, I have the first item being a presentation, so we'll hold that, and we're going to hear from Deputy City Manager Raftis. Item number 2 is Business Improvement Areas 2023 operating budgets. Is that the one you wish to move a motion on, Councillor Robinson?
No, it's actually item 1.3.
Right, okay. Would you wish to move item number 2 for us?
Sure, I will, happily.
Okay, on the staff recommendations on item number 2. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Excellent. Item number 3, which is, sorry, I'm just flipping the page, Councillor Robinson. Item number 3, which is appointments to business improvement area boards of management and technical amendments. Would you like us to hold that to move a motion?
Yes, I would. We're working on a motion with staff on that one.
Oh, okay.
Not exciting, but just a little motion.
Okay, so we'll hold that down until that can be prepared. Economic Development 1.4 is Economic Development and Culture EDC grants 2020 and 2021 allocation and grant reform. Are there any members who wish to hold that item? Seeing none, Councillor Moyes, you want to move that, move those recommendations, item number 4? All in favor? I need to see some hands at home. Okay, opposed, that is carried. Thanks. Item number 5, we're holding down for speakers. Okay. Item number 6. Sorry, I'm flipping the page. Item number 6, lessons learned from shelter hotel operations.
Madam Chair, it's Bruce. I'd like for folks to hold that down, please.
Okay. And item number 7, which is extending the Urban Hens TO pilot project. Any members wish to hold? Councillor Thompson, you want to move the recommendations? This is just the extension? Oh, no, you don't wish to move them?
Madam Chair, it's through, say again. Can
Yes.
that be held down as well?
Oh, you want to hold it? Okay. This is just the extension of the date? Okay. Item number 8 is an item of business that I added to the agenda. If you looked at the earliest agenda, you might not have noticed this. Leveraging post-secondary institutions for a stronger workforce. Yeah. I don't know if councillors have had a chance to review it. Councillor Thompson's reviewed it and he's 100% in agreement. This is me finishing your business. Yes. So unless people or any members wish to hold that item? Okay, so I need a motion to add it as new business. Councillor Thompson, moving that motion. All in favor? That is opposed. That is carried. And Councillor Thompson, do you want to join me and move this recommendation?
Gladly, Madam Chair.
All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Then we have another item to be added. Councillor. Oh, Councillor Moises. Oh, okay. So there's a little more work to be done on it. So we'll introduce it at that time. Your item of new business. Yeah. Yeah. So they need a little more time to get it typed and prepared, and then we'll go back to it at that time. Okay. So, councillors, that's the agenda. And apropos of this being meeting number 1, we want to start item number 1. Welcome, Deputy City Manager Raftis. This is his first meeting in this committee in the capacity of DCM, and also a perfect time for him to give us an overview of what this term might look like for our committee work. Take it away, Deputy City Manager.
There we go. Thank you, Madam Chair. And if I could ask that we have share privileges here from the clerk, please. Thank you.
I'm going to take that opportunity to make sure that nobody makes the mistake that I made. Just so that there's no confusion, people may think that Julie is manning the presentation as clerk. She's not a clerk. She's working for the Deputy City Manager.
I've stolen Julie. I'm so happy about that.
Welcome.
So thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to members of council, staff, members of the public. My name is Paul Raftis. I'm the Deputy City Manager for Community and Social Services. I'm joined today by my colleague, Tracy Cook, the Deputy City Manager of Infrastructure and Development Services. The purpose of the presentation today is to provide you with an overview of the mandate of the Economic and Community Development Committee, and to introduce the city divisions and their general managers to members so that you understand who's working with you to fulfill this mandate. We will also highlight some of the major initiatives that divisions are undertaking this year, some of which will result in reports for your consideration. And I think it's important to note that this very brief presentation does not begin to scratch the surface of the amazing work that these people do each and every day. This committee's primary focus is on social cohesion and the economy, with a mandate to monitor and make recommendations on strengthening communities, neighborhoods, businesses, and the economy. In this previous term of council, business licensing was included in the mandate of the General Government and Licensing Committee, but it has now shifted to this committee. Tracy will speak a little bit more about this later in the presentation. The divisions that report most frequently to this committee include Children's Services, Economic Development and Culture, Employment and Social Services, Fire Services, Paramedic Services, Parks, Forestry and Recreation, Senior Services and Long-Term Care, and Shelter Support and Housing Administration. These are all part of the Community and Social Services area. Municipal licensing and standards will also support this committee. This division is part of Infrastructure and Development Services. And I'd just like to take a brief moment to thank our general managers and executive directors and of course their teams across these divisions for their incredible work and dedication to the services that they deliver each and every day. Thank you as well to our staff who will be involved in preparing reports for this committee and supporting you over the next 4 years. So this image was developed for use at city-operated childcare sites to highlight that they are inclusive spaces for Indigenous, Black, 2S, LGBTQ+ children, families, and staff, and we thought it was important to add this to our presentation this morning. Ms. Shanley McNamee leads the team at Children's Services in managing the second largest early learning and childcare system in Canada. Children's Services helps Toronto families find and access licensed childcare and early years programs, helps with cost of programming, and provides support for children with special needs. In 2023, Children's Services will be continuing implementation of the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Program, which will deliver $10 a day daycare to eligible families by 2026. 85% of Toronto's licensed childcare operators have opted into this program, and families attending participating centres began receiving refunds in 2022. The team at Economic Development and Culture is led by Mr. Pat Tobin. This division delivers a number of services to advance Toronto's prosperity, opportunities, and livability. These include business growth services, film and entertainment industry services, arts and culture services, and museum and heritage services. EDC has a number of priority actions in 2023. I'll highlight a few. The city is working with the local Indigenous community to develop the Indigenous Centre for Innovation and Entrepreneurship, which will begin an Indigenous-led space with programming and services for businesses. Main Street recovery and rebuild initiatives continue to be a priority to address the economic and cultural impacts of COVID-19 and to initiate strong economic recovery. As previously requested by Council, EDC is working on modernizing the city's International Alliance program to strengthen market access and investment opportunities. Mr. Tom Azuz leads the team at Toronto Employment and Social Services in delivering the provincial Ontario Works social assistance program to eligible Toronto residents. Ontario Works provides money for food, shelter, and other costs to people in financial need who meet the eligibility criteria. Through a network of 14 full-service offices, TESS manages an average monthly caseload of 91,000 clients and is the largest municipal administered social assistance delivery system in Canada. In 2023, TESS will continue to inform and implement the province's plans for social assistance renewal, centralized intake, and employment services transformation, with reports being presented to this committee in the first quarter of the year. TESS will also be developing a change management plan in early 2023, which will support the transformational changes resulting from social assistance renewal and employment services transformation over the next several years. In 2023, TESS will continue its focus on reconciliation, confronting anti-Black racism, and equity, diversity, and inclusion. Chief Matthew Pegg is the city's fire chief. Toronto Fire Services is the largest municipal fire service in Canada, responding to more than 160,000 emergency incidents every year from 84 fire stations across Toronto. The firefighters and staff at TFS provide services in fire rescue and emergency response, fire prevention inspection and enforcement, and fire safety education. In 2023, Toronto Fire Services will be working with Toronto Paramedic Services and Toronto Police Service to implement Next Generation 911, which will modernize Toronto's 911 call handling system. TFS will also be focusing on training more recruit firefighters to fill vacancies and, of course, maintain their international accreditation status. It is important to note that the City of Toronto is the largest city with an internationally accredited fire service. Next is Toronto Paramedic Services, which is the largest municipal paramedic service in Canada, responding to more than 300,000 emergency calls every year. Mr. Bikram Chawla is the interim chief, leading the team in providing paramedic care in response to life-threatening emergencies, as well as community paramedicine services for vulnerable populations. A major initiative for paramedic services in 2023 is the continued work with hospital partners to alleviate offload delays so that paramedics can spend less time at hospital and more time in the community. They will also be implementing the council-approved staffing plan to address increased service demand. Paramedic services will continue to support seniors, vulnerable residents, and marginalized groups through its community paramedicine program, including at-home medical care, community-based primary care, and first response education and awareness. Ms. Janie Romoff leads the team at Parks, Forestry, and Recreation in providing a vibrant and accessible system of parks, recreation facilities and programs, and growing natural environments. This includes oversight of 118 indoor and outdoor pools, 118 community recreation centers, 10 supervised swimming beaches, and 1.2 million recreation program hours. The reports they will typically bring to this committee will relate to the community recreation aspect of their service. As you can see, PF&R is undertaking a number of initiatives this year. I will highlight three of the biggest. Prioritizing state of good repair work for recreation facilities to maintain recreation service levels. Addressing recreation staffing challenges through strategic recruitment and retention strategies. Providing leadership, volunteer, and work experience for youth, particularly those who face systemic barriers. Ms. Jennifer Dockery leads the team at Senior Services and Long-Term Care in delivering a range of services, programs, and supports for our seniors. This division also is responsible for direct operations of 10 long-term care homes and the oversight of the integrated service model in 83 Toronto Seniors Housing Corporation buildings. SSLTC is continuing to implement the Toronto Senior Strategy to support the quality of life, social participation, access to services, and well-being of our diverse older adults. CareTO is a made-in-Toronto social model of long-term care that centers on the emotional needs of residents and encourages the development of positive, meaningful relationship amongst residents, families, staff, and community partners. SSLTC is working on redeveloping new and existing long-term care beds to meet the needs of future residents and exploring partnership opportunities such as a collaboration with Anishinaabe Health Toronto for Indigenous long-term care. Mr. Gord Tanner leads the team at Shelter Support and Housing Administration in managing a coordinated system of homelessness services, working from a housing-first approach with a focus on the people they serve. Toronto's shelter system is run by the city and partner agencies and accommodates more people than ever in its history. SSHA operates the largest shelter system by size and per capita beds in Canada. SSHA is prepared to support 9,000 people a day this winter through new spaces at existing shelter sites, dedicated spaces for refugees, warming centers, and new supportive housing units. SSHA has a number of initiatives planned for this year. There is a separate item on today's agenda focused on the COVID-19 shelter transition and relocation plan. Other priorities include a capital infrastructure strategy and implementing shelter design guidelines to ensure that shelter buildings are in good condition, resilient to climate change, and able to maintain shelter capacity. Working with the federal government to ensure that the city receives financial support to continue to serve the growing number of refugee claimants and asylum seekers. And of course, a high priority continues to be supporting clients to access permanent and supportive housing opportunities to enhance follow-up support services to help people maintain their housing. Ms. Denise Andrea Campbell leads the team at Social Development, Finance, and Administration in programs, policies, and partnerships to achieve safer, stronger, and more resilient communities in neighborhoods in Toronto, and to deliver the city's equity and inclusion strategies. In 2023, SDFA will be continuing to implement and evaluate the Toronto Community Crisis Service, which is a community-based service with multidisciplinary teams of crisis workers who will respond to non-emergency calls from people in crisis. The program was approved by City Council in 2021 to launch in 4 areas of the city, and an evaluation of this program and a roadmap for the future will be brought forward to Council. In 2021, City Council also adopted SAFE-TO, which is a 10-year community safety and well-being plan. SDFA will continue with implementation of the first phase of this plan. Denise and her team will also be developing confronting anti-Black racism and poverty reduction strategy plans for this term. And with that, I'll turn it over to my great colleague, Tracy Cook.
Very briefly, thank you, Paul. Good morning. Just very briefly, it's my honor to introduce Mr. Carlton Grant, the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing and Standards, a division I think I know a little bit about. Municipal Licensing and Standards has an extremely diverse portfolio. As far as the items that will be coming to economic community development, is it specifically related to the care and welfare of animals and animal services. MLS runs 3 animal shelters. We have a SNP truck, a CHIP truck, and do amazing work at responding to injured and sick animal requests. As well, Municipal Licensing and Standards is responsible for the regulation of municipally regulated businesses. Not every business in the city, some of those are regulated elsewhere, but certainly the regulations governing municipally licensed businesses such as restaurants and cafes, the mobile businesses, taxis, private transportation companies, also known as Uber and Lyft, and the like. As well, Municipal Licensing and Standards has the role of bylaw enforcement, and specific to this committee related to our public spaces such as parks. And I think it's an opportunity to note the incredible work the MLS staff did and Carlton's leadership through the pandemic, when our parks became the only space where people could convene, and maintaining order and trying to keep those spaces safe for everybody was a Herculean feat, and they did an amazing job through that, and I'm thankful we are where we are today as a result of that hard work. Municipal Licensing and Standards also does work related to property standards, rent SAFE-TO. Those items are items that will go to the Planning and Housing Committee in due course. So for this committee, some of the major initiatives MLS will be bringing does relate to vehicle for hire emissions. That's your, like say, taxis, private transportation companies. A long-awaited review on the bars, restaurants, and entertainment venues and the regulations required for those, as well as an update on the noise bylaw, which is always a very exciting conversation as noise relates to the quality of living in our communities, and people have a very strong feeling about how that's managed. So those are the few things that MLS will be bringing to you. No doubt some exciting conversations to be had, and I thank you very much for the opportunity, and on behalf of Paul as well, we look forward to an exciting term of council with this committee, Councillor Carroll and team.
Thank you very much. Well, as you can see, there's a slide before us that says questions, so I just wanted to sort of set the scene here, because I think it would be very tempting to crack open the budget right here, since it was just launched yesterday. But as you've heard from the presentation, this presentation was designed to give you an overview of what I call the Everything Committee. And for members who might just be listening or watching in their offices, if you haven't noticed it, the presentation that's now attached to the agenda on Timmins, Mr. Raftis has included the pictures of the general managers and executive directors. So when you do get to budget review tomorrow, you might want to look at those pictures, because if you haven't had a briefing, now you know who to buttonhole. You can recognize them sitting in the room just by looking at that presentation and the pictures. So in terms of questions of clarification, it's questions of the presentation that you saw, and as the Deputy City Manager said, you know, what is upcoming? What sort of things are we looking at? So with that said, I'll open the floor for questions on the presentation. Are there any presentations? Councillor Thompson, Councillor Moyse. I'm starting a list. Anyone at home who wants to be added to that list? Seeing none at this time, we'll start with you, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, through you. Questions for Mr. Grant, who I saw on the screen. I don't know if he's actually here. Mr. Grant is behind me, so he's here. So, Mr. Grant, I won't turn around to speak with you because it will interfere with my ability to communicate and voice my questions. So I will apologize for having my back turned to you. Ms. Grant, I know the importance of the role and the work that you and your team do and so on, but I wanted to ask you a couple of specific questions around noise enforcement and then also cannabis. I'll start with cannabis first because we've had many calls, I know in my office and I suspect others as well, with respect to enforcement of rules, recognizing both the inference of the Health Canada and the Alcohol and Gaming Commission and the provincial regulations. I'm just wondering, can you perhaps help us to understand your ability to enforce rules where it appears that they are the Alcohol and Gaming Commission's rules and perhaps Health Canada's rules, but they're fall and left to you to enforce them? I'm just wondering if you can comment on that, because we seem to be having some challenges, and I'll be more specific in that I've had calls about facilities that are setting up that are not licensed and are not have no government provision to operate, but seem to be operating. And I'm just wondering, how are you able to address those? Because it seems that the provincial government and Health Canada, who is supposed to be providing enforcement, don't seem to be doing that.
So thank you for the question, and it's important to clarify the city's role is with the illegal operators. And before the province brought in regulations, there were close to 100 illegal storefronts in our city. That has been reduced significantly through enforcement on our behalf in association with the Toronto Police Service, and that number is now well below 10. The province's responsibility is to license and then to enforce against the licensed establishments. You and I have had discussions about ones that are unlicensed that set up beside licensed and the fairness of that, and we are working through those. We have a dedicated team that works on cannabis that works closely with the Toronto Police Service to shut those down. We work very closely also with prosecutions to bring them to court, and we use all of our authorities under zoning, etc., to pressure the landlord and others to close those. So we do actively work on these. We recognize that there is a difference between licensed and unlicensed, and our focus is on the unlicensed.
Thank you very much. And then just in terms of noise, and as Ms. Cook pointed out in her presentation around the challenges and how that has an impact on the quality of life for folks in the City of Toronto. In areas where you have proximity in terms of residential and commercial properties and so on, what's the process as a complaint for a complainant in terms of making the complaint and the expectation in terms of a response from you and your department? So a complaint comes in. Can you maybe just walk us through the process And also, as I pointed out, it relates to proximity specifically. I know that not all of them have that situation in terms of proximity, in terms of where a commercial plaza, for example, is set up, and then a residential property is within less than maybe, 10 meters away. Just wondering if you could help us to understand the process.
Yeah, again, thank you for the question. Noise is a very challenging issue. It means different things to different people, and us finding the correct balance. We will be reporting back on the elements of the bylaw that have been successful or unsuccessful in the fourth quarter of this year to this committee. The process by which we respond to calls, it's important to note that we are not resourced as immediate responders. Like our colleagues in emergency services. We do have a priority response model, which we use to differentiate between the types of noise. Our focus really needs to be not on the one-offs, it needs to be on the repeat. So if it's every Saturday night at location X, that is where we need to focus. We put our resources there because we know when we get there, the noise will likely be happening and we can take the appropriate action. So we have to use data, and again, we have a dedicated noise team that is trained in measuring decibel levels in association with the ambient noise in the area, and it's something that we work on a lot. It is one of our top 5 complaints of service requests that we get in our division.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Moise, you had some questions on the presentation?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I have 2 questions, one easy and one not so easy. The first, I'll start with the easy one. The easy one is, I've had the opportunity to meet with many heads of departments here in the city. I could navigate our internal system to find their email, but not so easy to find their phone numbers. So perhaps someone could direct me as to how to do that, if that's possible.
We'll be sure to get that to you.
Okay, that's good. And the other question is really around enforcement, and it's along the lines of Councillor Thompson, but more specifically, if I were to use something in my ward, it's around who determines which laws in the books are enforced and which ones are not? And I'm thinking more specifically around encampments. I know that many city staff do go into these spaces every day, and services are provided. Even streets to homes and other city departments are there. But at the end of the day, there is a contingent or groups of people who refuse all services. So my question is, at what point do we actually enforce the rules in the books in regards to, getting people moving?
Through you, Madam Chair, it's not an easy, X equals Y response, Councillor Moise. Certainly in respect to encampments, the focus has always been and will continue to be on providing the supports to the individuals. And, what you're really asking is, when do you hit that time where you've exhausted all efforts to grow, gain a rapport and find a shelter or housing solution for an individual? We've got circumstances. I can tell you about a gentleman that we worked with in Moss Park and Gord Tanner's team for well in excess of a year plus, and eventually did successfully house that individual. There's no after 3 months, after 4 months. It's really dependent on the circumstances. In respect to, and I put it in quotes, enforcement in respect to encampments, there are a lot of activities that do go on that represent enforcement, such as maintaining the space, working with the individuals who are occupying. We've removed multiple tons of debris and other things from encamped areas, and mostly with the support and participation of the individuals. So At the end of the day, a decision to be made about taking a more aggressive enforcement approach in respect to encampments is one that's done after a great deal of deliberation and discussion. When it was done in the past, and those are items that are subject of an ombudsman review right now, that decision was taken by the senior leadership team of the city, being myself, our city manager at the time, Chris Murray, and that's when that call was made. So it is not being left to the individual divisions or individual officers to, in this particular case, when we would escalate any type of an enforcement approach. So it's really a case-by-case basis, and knowing that we have done and continue to do everything absolutely possible to bring people into safe indoor space with the supports that they require. And when is very dependent on the circumstances and our efforts. And I'm sorry I don't have a definitive answer of when those things happen, but I can tell you that those decisions are taken at the highest level of the organization.
Okay. I see the fire chief is here. Hello, Chief Pegg. So there's been reports of many fires, and I think, was it last week or week before, someone actually, Saturday, someone died as a result of all this. Again, this is such a big issue, and safety is a big part of that. It's just not about people being encamped, but also to public safety, not only of those who live in the community, but those who are in the encampments itself. So I'm just wondering, how regularly or often does the fire department go and actually check and see if people actually doing things or not doing things they should, in regards to safety?
Yes, Councillor, through you, Madam Chair, these are challenges, and as you pointed out, unfortunately, in our city, we sustained our first fatal fire of the year this past weekend, and that, of course, is tragic, and my sincere condolences go to all of those that are impacted. What I can tell you that I am extremely proud of is our team has come together to focus and make a concerted effort to proactively engage with all of our residents who are living outdoors, and that is a dedicated team that is routinely interacting with each of those folks, as DCM Cook indicated, doing a number of things. Education, so obviously safety checks, education, providing some expertise and some guidance and some best practice with respect to fire safety and the risks of fire. Paying particular attention to some of the common hazards that we encounter in encampments, like the collection and storage of flammable liquids, gasoline and compressed gases like propane. Oftentimes when our crews and city staff and other emergency responders are dealing with fires and other situations in these areas, we often encounter very significant amounts of those products. So we are working proactively to deal with that, and I can tell you with great success, to the point where I'm very confident that not only have resident lives been saved, but we have been able to proactively address a number of circumstances that would have otherwise put city staff and other all of the good streets to home workers that are active every day, as well as emergency responders, at risk. So very much ongoing, sir. We take that very seriously and work very, very diligently and in collaboration with all of our partners, including Streets to Homes, to make sure that we're there as very often as we can be.
Okay, and staff have taken up all your time. Those are very rich answers. Okay, are there any other questions? Councillor Robinson, you have questions on the presentation? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Also, the fire chief, more of a general question. Just wondering about dynamic staging. I think that term's correct. And if that's something that you're embracing, or what, can you just give me a little update on that?
Sure. Good morning, Councillor. Through you, Madam Chair. Dynamic staging is correct, and in fact, not only are we embracing it, it is the very foundational model for the deployment of all TFS resources. And in essence, what that means is we are proactively moving resources, so all of our 124 crews are being relocated and moved around the city in live time based on the incident volume that is happening at that moment in time. So being monitored within our communications center with respect to availability status of all of our fire trucks and our crews. As they are committed to incidents, we are pre-positioning resources. So That started off some years ago, Councillor, you may remember, that started off as an enhancement and an efficiency. It now forms the very basis for our operation. So it's actually the foundation for the deployment of resources across the entire City of Toronto.
Great, wonderful. Thank you. That's it for me.
Okay, thank you. Are there any more questions? Seeing none, I need a motion to receive the presentation. Councillor Moyes, all in favor? Opposed? None? That's carried. Thank you. Okay. Item 3 is held, but I understand there's still some work. We're still waiting for a refined motion, so we're going to leave that held down.
I think,
or are you ready,
I think
Councillor
the clerk has it, Ashley.
Oh,
I
they
believe the
just
clerk
got
has
it,
it.
so they need a little time to process it to be able to put it
Okay,
on the
all right,
screen.
fair enough.
So we'll
Yeah.
we'll come back to it. I still have item number 4 on my agenda, but I believe Councillor Moyes adopted that, or did we hold it? Adopted it. Okay. Okay, great. Okay, that brings us to item number 5, on which we have a list of speakers. Oh, registered speaker on item number 4. Oh, on item 1. Sorry, I didn't have that in my list. Sorry about that. On the paper list. I am very sorry. Is the speaker listed on item number 1, the presentation, still here? Ismail Afra, Local Champions Network? I don't believe they phoned in. I don't have anybody queued up, phoned in. Okay, okay. Sorry about that, folks. So we don't have to reopen. Okay, so we're going to move to item number 5, where we do have quite a long list of speakers. So I'm going to set that up. Hang on a sec. And the list of speakers, again, is available on the city's website. By going to Economic Development Committee, you'll see a speakers button that will show you the list. The first couple of names that I have are Doug Johnson Hatlam from Sanctuary Toronto, Alyssa Ranieri from United Health Toronto, and Sahil Gupta from St. Michael's ER Department. So we're going to start with Doug Johnson. Is that a phone deputant, or are they with us in person today? Okay, don't see him online. Doug Johnson, I'll just ask one more time. Alyssa Ranieri? Oh, okay. So while you guys are coming forward to sit at the table, I'll just remind people, we've moved the motion so that we have 3 minutes to speak, but you also have 3 minutes to question after that as well. And just for the speakers, this is meeting number 1, and as you know, this is an item that includes a lot of passion, including amongst the members. If you see me looking down, looking over, whispering, it's because we're listening to you in real time, and if we want to act on what you're saying, we may be developing motions as we go along, but just know that. The members you see assembled here, both non and committee members, those you see online, and I know that there are councillors who are also just listening in their offices and watching on YouTube. So, you know, as input comes to me as a result of your deputations, we'll be acting on it, but absolutely listening. Okay.
I think it's on now. Okay.
For deliberation, right? But I am sorry. I just want to clarify. What I was hoping that motion said, what I refined it was, it's 3 minutes to speak. Well, I just want everyone to be clear, 3 minutes to speak and 3 minutes for questions of the deputant. And then we'll go to normal deliberation, because I know many people have motions. You need the time to read those. Okay, Alyssa, thank you for your patience, and good morning. I'll start your clock now.
Hello, my name is Elisa. I have been working with people who are unhoused for over 10 years. I currently work with Unity Health Toronto at 2 sites, St. Joe's Health Centre and St. Michael's Hospital, as a homeless outreach counsellor. This role supports people who are unhoused while they are admitted to hospital and provides follow-up support in the community after discharge. I am here today to ask that you keep the hotel shelter programs open. In the work that I do with clients, I support them to have better access to healthcare, be administratively housing ready, and put together a discharge plan from hospital that supports best outcomes for their health and well-being. I know from experience there is currently not enough space within the shelter system. We cannot afford to lose any more. Inpatients are waiting on average 2 to 5 days to find placement in the shelter system as it currently stands. The hospital is essentially providing emergency shelter to people. When helping a client prepare for discharge, I have to consider many things, particularly involving accessibility and privacy. These include accessibility for people with gait aids, personal washrooms to outfit with accessibility devices, privacy for wound care dressings or incontinence brief changings, privacy for home care supports such as nursing and personal support workers. I consider the proximity to hospitals and other health centers, a door that locks to keep items safe and secure, such as medications and documents to support being administratively housing ready. I consider a quiet and restful environment to heal and recover, and ideally, on-site medical supports. An ideal discharge destination for anyone is their home. When I am considering discharge for someone who is unhoused, a non-congregate setting like shelter hotels are needed and is currently the closest thing to that. In my experience, clients who I discharge to a shelter hotel do the best in their health recovery. In the case where I was able to support a woman to leave an abusive partnership after a hospitalization, having access to a hotel shelter was instrumental. Having access to a private and safe space was extremely important. Being first-time homeless to a congregate shelter was not going to be an option for her. She would have rather returned to her abusive home in this case. With support from staff, she was able to be rapidly rehoused, and the shelter program was life-changing for her. In the case where we had a hospital discharge where the person needed an accessible unit and twice daily home care nursing, the hotel shelter programs were essential. This individual was previously living in a tent where they obtained a major wound infection. They would have had a longer hospital stay if these hotel shelter programs were not available. We outfitted their bathroom with necessary accessibility items, and with the help of supportive staff, home care nursing supports were led into the client's private room where they were able to complete and change their intravenous antibiotic 2 times a day. The hotel's proximity to the hospital for specialist appointment follow-up and their doctor's office were what made them able to successfully attend those appointments. Regularly attending appointments greatly decreases the likelihood of rehospitalization and increases better health outcomes. It will be a huge loss if these hotel shelter programs disappear. In the downtown core, there were 4.
Listen,
One has
you
reduced.
could wrap up. I'll then ask
3 sentences.
people have
left, if that's
questions. Okay.
One has reduced capacity and will not accept new referrals, and the other has completely shut down, displacing over 250 residents. I have seen the benefits of these particular hotel shelters, and we absolutely cannot lose any more space. The need is too great. I hope you can find a way to keep these much-needed, dignified spaces open for people to go. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to go to, are there any members who wish to ask questions of the deputant? Seeing none and none at home, thank you so much. Okay. Just going to ask, in the interest of hopefully keeping the list on track, Doug Johnson, who was the first member on the list, has not joined us. Okay, so we're going to proceed with the list, and anyone who's missing, I'll ask at the end of the list there from here on in. Sahil Gupta, St. Michael's. Sahil is not here. Or are they online? Oh, okay. Oh, here we are. Okay. You're on video conference. Mr. Gupta, good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
We can, and you can hear us, so I'm going to go ahead and start your clock. I'm not sure if you were logged on earlier. It's 3 minutes to speak, and then I'll ask the members if they have questions.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to present here. I'm going to start with a story. So about a year ago, a senior woman came into the emergency department where I work at, and earlier that afternoon, she'd been asked to leave a transitional shelter space that she'd been living in. It was a place where she had her own room and her own bed. She'd been staying there for quite a few months prior to being evicted, and she now was left homeless, had nowhere else to turn, and it ended up in the emergency department I work at. She was angry with the cards that that life now had given her. She was disempowered. She was frustrated, and she was actually experiencing a mental health crisis because she was now without a home. And it was the one thing that was keeping her mental health stable for several months, and it was taken away. And it happened all so suddenly. She was very, upset. She demanded to be placed in a home. She was unsure where she was going to go. She stayed about 2 days in our emergency department with many of her team members trying to find her a space, but eventually she ended up in a congregate shelter. And she was very, very upset by the whole experience. My name is Sahil Gupta. I'm an emergency doctor and just work 3 blocks away from where many of you are at St. Michael's Hospital in Toronto. I also served as one of the medical directors for the COVID recovery site in 2021, where people who were homeless isolated in hotels if they had COVID, and part of which has been converted itself into a shelter hotel. The woman in this story, she didn't have any recourse available. She was asked to leave a home, a temporary home, in a moment of crisis she had, and she ended up being completely homeless because of this, because of the fact that she didn't have any recourse and a way to argue for her rights. The shelter hotels that are in front of this committee are part of an issue that the sector faces, which is displacement. The hotels started as a way for COVID isolation, but they've provided real stability to people who don't have any. We've learned a lot of lessons, but according to the report and the update that we have in front of us, we see that the majority of people end up back homeless when they leave the shelter hotels, which is completely unacceptable. Many of the people that are isolating in these shelter hotels have increased risk of illness. They're at increased risk of physical and mental health complications. And we need a real good plan to make sure that at least, the majority of people should not end up back homeless when they leave these hotels. The last thing I'm going to say is that, between the holidays, we saw that, I worked quite a few night shifts, and even with the full force of the city's warming centers, hotels, new spaces, there were lots of people that still end up back in the emergency room, and displacing people now at a time of crisis is not the right move. And I hope that this account is helpful as people consider the next steps. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. Right on time. Thank you, Mr. Gupta. Are there any questions of the deputant? Non-members, members? Sorry?
Sorry, Councillor Ainsley?
Oh, I just saw your hand now. Okay. Councillor Ainsley? Mr. Gupta, are you still on the line? I did warn him that we may have questions. Oh, he's still there. He's still connected. Go ahead, Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you. Dr. Gupta, I was just wondering if you've seen the recommendations in the report before us today, and do you think there's any changes that need to be done to them based on your experience at St. Mike's?
Yeah, I think one of the key important factors that I know there's lots of efforts being made to kind of connect people to more permanent spaces once they leave. But the facts of the report themselves state that less than a third of the people, and I don't know the aggregate statistics, make it into permanent housing. So that to me is one of the most important parameters we should be looking at, is that people make it into permanent housing if these shelters are closing. We can't close them without the lack of real affordable housing options that exist in the city, without making sure that the people are actually moving into a permanent space.
Yeah. So I guess from your perspective, what you're saying is, like, our housing plan that we're looking at, it shouldn't be you're in a shelter, we're closing shelters. What's the best opportunity to get you into another shelter? We should be focusing on, you're in a shelter, we need you in some type of permanent housing, and not back to another shelter.
Exactly, Councillor, and we know that lots of people they've seen the benefits to their personal health, their mental health, when they've been in the shelter hotels, and they say we cannot go back to a congregate setting. It is unsafe. They're always hypervigilant. They're worried somebody's going to steal their belongings. They're worried they're going to relapse from their substance use. They're not going to go back there, and that's led to a lot of the unfortunate conflicts we've seen with city staff and many other members as people know often what's best for their health, and they don't want to be placed back in big congregate shelters quite often.
Yeah. And I guess, so St. Mike's Hospital Emergency Department, so you're seeing people coming to you from congregate shelter settings, but you're also seeing people that are still on the streets that don't feel safe in our shelter system for whatever reason. And it's just I don't want to say it's a burden, but you're providing a service that you think if we were refocusing more shelter to housing, you wouldn't have that.
Yeah, absolutely. We see people through the continuum of homelessness at our emergency department, and lots of people will tell us they do not feel comfortable going back to congregate settings because it's unsafe for them. Their mental health, their physical health will deteriorate, and they just don't have any other options available to them. So they end up kind of bumping around, like between our hospital, different hospitals, and like all over the city as well.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor, and thank you for your great work.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. Are there any more questions? Dr. Gupta? Seeing none, thank you so much for your deputation. Thank you. Okay, so councillors, we're just going to go back one more time. It's the joys of video conferencing because our first deputy, Doug Johnson, is now logged on, I understand. So we're going to go to Mr. Johnson Hatlam from Sanctuary Toronto that you'll see at the top of the speakers list.
I'm here, yes.
Oh, there we go. He's connected. We don't have a visual, just phone? Okay. Okay. Doug Johnson, Hatlam, Sanctuary Toronto. I don't know if you were connected at the time. We have a long list of deputants, so we've moved a motion that the speakers can speak for 3 minutes, but then following that, councillors may ask you questions for 3 minutes as well. So I'm going to start your clock, and thank you for coming. Go ahead.
I did have a presentation with slides that I sent in this morning that I was hoping would be up. I did have a slide presentation that was supposed to be available.
Did we receive it?
We're going to share capability and you can just...
Okay. We can give you share capability so that you can run the presentation. Are you able to do that from where you're sitting?
I believe, well, let me look in the WebEx. If I've been given access, I should be able to. But I don't know
access
that I
is
have
coming
access
right
yet.
now. Yeah, it has been given, so you should be able to access it now.
Okay, let's see. Okay, I think it's coming up.
There you go. The screen's coming to us now. We don't see the...
Okay.
Oh, here we go. Content. Nope, it's in progress. We're just about to get your content.
All right. Okay, I think all right. It's showing.
There you go.
I wanted to start.
You're getting to slide view, so I'm going to start your clock.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Doug Johnson Hatlam. I'm a street pastor at Sanctuary Toronto. I began this work in 2005 and took a gap between 2013 and 2019, but all told have spent 11 years as a street pastor. Either I or my colleague Greg Cook, among other duties, have kept track of homeless names for the names of homeless people who have died for the Homeless Memorial. As you can see from this first slide, we went from having a total of 21 shelter-related deaths, that's not outdoor deaths, in 2010. It more than doubled before the pandemic, to 48 in 2019, In 2021, it more than doubled again to 132, and I expect the numbers to be just a tick below that in 2022 when we get the final Q4 numbers, which we have not yet received. Because I have only 3 minutes, I want to jump to a few things. I'm glad that we began with the doctor speaking from St. Mike's. Unfortunately, when the plan before you was adopted in April of 2022 by City Council, you did not have recommendations on whether this plan was up to snuff in terms of health from Toronto Public Health or Practice Health Check, which the city had employed for IPAC information. As you can see from this document obtained by FOI, there was a meeting on June 1st, almost 2 months later, with SSHA and the IPAC committee. That committee meeting included a presentation by Dr. Kevin Katz, Chief Medical Officer of Practice Health Check, and Dr. Alexa Cataray from Toronto Public Health. It's strongly recommended against moving back.
Mr. Johnson, I'm just going to interrupt you for a second. The slide presentation, since you've got into the sort of heavy print context slides, we're not able to read it on our screen here. I think it's possibly because it's in phone mode. Oh, okay. That's better. We can't perhaps see the full slide. You may have to scroll through, but now we can read the print. Thank you.
All right. I'm very sorry. I had hoped to be there in person, but traffic delayed me. In any event, the recommendation from Toronto Public Health was that there be an elimination of dorm-style rooms, just the kind of congregate settings that the good doctor was just speaking about. SSHA ignored this advice and plunged ahead. In fact, it did not disclose, as I understand it, this information that Toronto Public Health had included to council. As a result, we're continuing to see poor health outcomes and homeless deaths. And I expect those things to continue and to continue in a strong fashion because we have not followed the best practices either as recommended by Toronto Public Health or even from the scan that that was made and gave so short shrift, for instance, to Chicago. I want to direct you to attachment 3, in which there's a lot of attention given to San Francisco and LA, which are basically failed city-states when it comes to homelessness, as opposed to Chicago, which is a city of similar size to Toronto, but has less than half of the homeless population. Chicago went with a much different plan for closing its shelter hotel systems that consulted closely with health partners like Toronto Public Health. I can see why SSHA, when it was hiding this information, did not want this given lots of attention. The plan should be rejected.
Mr. Johnson, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up. You're over time now, and we gave a fair amount of leeway to begin technically. But I'm going to have to ask you to try and be a little less accusatory in your language. Councillors will have an opportunity to ask staff questions, and they will be answering those questions in public.
Okay, I just want to wrap by saying the city did not follow the best practices from Toronto Public Health or from other jurisdictions like Chicago that are similar in Toronto to size, and that will continue to mean homeless people die.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Are you still with us, Mr. Johnson? Are you still connected?
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Chang has some questions.
Hi, thank you for your deputation. I'm just wondering, you're saying that the model in Chicago is positive, and I just read in what you shared that they did revert back to congregate setting shelters, although with diminished capacity, but it did not stay in the hotel model. They did transition to congregate setting shelters. So is that something that you think is still a positive move if Toronto was to follow in a similar direction?
Well, I don't think congregate settings are the way to go, but I want to underscore it would be positive if we went back to them in a diminished capacity, but Toronto did the opposite and in doubled capacity against the advice of Toronto Public Health. For instance, 545 Lakeshore, where a lot of people were sent when the Novotel closed, doubled in capacity during the time of that closure, which is just the opposite of what Chicago did. It's just the opposite of what Toronto Public Health recommended. And so this report should be rejected, and we should go back to the drawing board.
Thank you.
Thank you. Those are your questions. Thank you. Are there any other questions of the deputant?
Councillor Ainsley?
Councillor Ainsley? Mr. Johnson, you still there?
Thank you.
I have questions from Councillor Ainsley.
I'm
Go
still
ahead.
here, yes.
Yeah, Mr. Hatlam, recently there was a book that came out called Displacement City, and it was a compilation of different articles, and you wrote one entitled 2 Meters, the Legal Challenge. Could you explain a bit about the rationale behind that article and what it means?
Yeah, we did have to go to court, unfortunately, with the City of Toronto for it to follow best practices that were recommended worldwide for people to stay in 2 meter distancing. The city did not properly say, according to the court, again, that it had reached 2 meter distancing when it said it had, and we were given turned over emails as part of the discovery process that said the city did not, in fact, reach 2 meter distancing. It changed the definition of what 2 meter distancing meant, and so now, even with that changed definition, where it's only laterally between beds, the 2 meters, and not head to toe, they've said they've gone from 2 meters to 1.25 meters. And that's, again, exactly what Toronto Public Health recommended against, and that was buried and not presented to council until we dug it out by FOI last month. You're on mute, I believe, Councillor Ainsley.
Are those your questions, Councillor
Thank
Ainsley?
you, Mr. Hatlam. Sorry, in the report before us, there's mention of 2 meters versus 1.25 meters. And you're saying that there's a legal decision that was made that beds have to be 2 meters apart in shelters?
It was for a limited period of time. That time has expired. I don't think it's legally binding anymore on the city to be 2 meters apart. But I do think if the Toronto Public Health indicated it would still, it should still be in place.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Those are my questions, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Are there any other questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Okay, thank you, Mr. Johnson Hatlam. Okay, so we'll go back to the list. So we're going back down to number 4 of LP Pave Unity Health, followed by Carolyn Snyder. Carolyn Snyder doesn't have an organization, but you're ready to go. Okay, fantastic. Hi. Did I make a mess of that name?
It was close. Havey, it's a hard A.
Havey, okay, thank you.
But thank you to the
good
chair,
morning.
and thank you to the committee for allowing us to present today.
Thank you.
I've been working in the downtown area with unhoused community for the past 15 years. I've worked in harm reduction, street outreach with the City of Toronto's Streets to Homes team, and most recently as an outreach coordinator in a downtown emergency department. I want to recite a story from the City of Toronto's Facebook page. It was posted on September 21st in 2021. It's a powerful success story. It's intended to demonstrate the city's capacity to support people living outdoors from a people-centered perspective. I'm quoting the story at length, and I'll start now. Today we are celebrating M. I'll continue to call her this for the purpose of the story. M moved to Toronto a few years ago looking for a fresh start. Finding affordable housing in Toronto area proved to be more difficult than she had anticipated, and she found herself on the streets. M stayed for a few years in City of Toronto shelters, out of the cold programs, and a drop-in center where she had access to meals, supports, and a warm temporary place to sleep. M was living outside, and she got to know the Streets to Homes team, who engaged with her regularly, but she did not feel ready yet to accept offers of support. One day, M secured overnight space through a community program, and that experience prompted her to imagine living indoors again. She decided to reconnect with Streets to Homes and to get help with finding housing. We are thrilled to share that M has recently secured housing through the City of Toronto's Rapid Rehousing Initiative. The story continues on, but I'll stop my quote there. What's missing from the story is that M actually spent 10 years living on the streets, and she's a senior. And her reconnection to Streets to Homes happened through my outreach team in the hospital. Her taxes and IDs were replaced through Dixon Hall's shelter hotel program, where she stabilized for several months before acquiring her permanent housing. Fred Victor's 24-hour drop-in assisted her with her intermittent stays there while transitioning to shelter and to permanent housing. Each of these low-barrier programs that led to the individual being housed are no longer funded by the city, like drop-ins out of the cold programs, and soon will add shelter hotel programs to the list. These services are lifelines for people. The impact of these closures, alongside the closures of drop-ins, inadequate shelter availability, and the limited access to low-barrier warming centers, has had a significant impact on the community, and I worry deeply about the other M's out there who rely solely on these supports to survive. We're all supporting the same individuals, the people cycling through homelessness, shelters, hospitals, housing, and back to the streets are the ones who have the most to benefit from new supportive housing opportunities. It can take months and sometimes years of relationship building and case management supports to prepare someone administratively to meet the RGI requirements. We need low barrier supports and services to intervene in people's immediate crisis, to establish relationships, because I believe it's relationships that get people into the appropriate housing, and to create connection to community and care. I commend the city for investing in long-term supportive housing options. However, I don't think the people who need it the most will fill these units without first having access to low-barrier services that will meet their basic human need, like food, warmth, and shelter. Just to close up, I urge the committee to consider the importance of a range of supports. And I'd like to also emphasize that a majority of my clients are leaving the ER without a shelter referral, despite our many attempts. And this is the bottom line. They're left in crisis.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there questions of the Deputy, Councillor Bravo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. Really struck me how you spoke about how one overnight stay made a difference in scaffolding, in a sense, the return to get support. And it sounds like you said, got help, and that was a link to finding a more permanent solution. But it's a ladder, not a direct line. So how could the making available again 24/7 drop-in or like very temporary stays or programs like Out of the Cold help those most in need to find the longer-term solutions that we seek?
Well, I'm going to be quite frank. It's the people that feed you and clothe you and care about you. And sometimes the simple gestures of taking care of your most basic human needs. And that's where I emphasize the relationships that will lead into the discussions about housing. And to determine what type of housing is going to be a good fit. What do you want? Where do you want? And I know myself, like sometimes these are very personal discussions that people aren't willing to have out on the street. Having it indoors, it might be a different agency. I think casting the net far and wide, giving people opportunity to have those discussions in various places. The unique part of this story is that it was the hospital where she wanted to have this discussion. And then the other agencies wrapped around all the necessary support. So I think if we have all our eggs in one basket, we're really limiting the scope of who we can reach. And in a context where there is very limited indoor space, we're moving into a dangerous zone where I think some of my physician colleagues will speak more to that.
Yes, from your expertise, community-based care is an important piece of this puzzle. and it sounds like, and that drawing that network of support, drawing from a place-based community might also matter. Is that true?
100%. And one paragraph I didn't get to was the importance of maintaining that housing. So for the past year, it's been myself, Dixon Hall, and Fred Victor, frontline workers, that have helped that transition, because I feel like we can put anybody into housing, but it's maintaining it, and it's, you know, the housing help centers and trusteeships and the various other organizations that help people to stay housed.
Thank you, and for all the work that you and the other deputants do.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions of this deputant? Seeing none, thank you so much. Yeah. Okay. Well, Ms. Snyder's coming up, but Councillor Moyes, this your new item is. I'm just going to ask. There's an item to be introduced as new business, but it sort of relates to this, so we should put it on the agenda just so people know that a motion of this type has already been moved. Motion introduced to the agenda, new item of business from Councillor Moyes, review of extreme weather supports for homeless and underhoused individuals. All in favor of introducing that to the agenda? And I see Councillor Ainsley's hands. You're included in that. Thank you. Opposed? That is carried. And
Thank you.
So that item will be circulated to the members. I know Councillor Ainsley wants to read it. Okay, so Ms. Snyder, thank you for waiting. I'll start a new clock for you. Sorry about that.
Thank you. I just did want to make sure before I started my clock that my organization is recorded, which was given prior. I am the chief of the emergency department at St. Michael's Hospital, and I think it's important that that's recorded on the minutes. And I say that because I also spoke prior to coming today with the chiefs of the other emergency departments in downtown Toronto to ensure that my comments did reflect the emergency departments of downtown Toronto. So thank you for having us here today and for considering this motion. You've heard from my passionate colleagues and expert colleagues at St. Michael's Hospital, and my job here today is really to represent and talk to you about the magnitude of what we are seeing in our emergency departments. I spoke to Dr. Joan Chang at St. Joe's, to Dr. Sam Sabat at UHN, to Dr. David Dushensky at Mount Sinai, and to Dr. Jason Fisher, because it also affects families at Sick Kids. And they have agreed for me to state publicly their support of these comments. At St. Michael's Hospital, over 4,500 of the patients that we see each year are homeless. That represents 20% of our emergency department. And approximately 15% of those that do come to our emergency department are coming solely to get help with shelter. In early 2020, we developed very close relationships with the SSHA under the leadership of Gord Tanner, as we managed with many people in the community to try and keep our homeless patients safe during COVID. And last winter, our alarm bells rose again as we had more and more difficulty getting patients into shelters. And at that time, it got we saw many more cold injuries. We saw hypothermia. And indeed, in September of this year, we reached out to Sharon Campbell and Milton Barrera and those at SSHA because we were finding under 5% could access this shelter in our emergency departments. Through close collaboration with them and some of our city colleagues, we are seeing some improvement in getting shelter spaces, but they aren't the shelter hotel spaces, and you've heard of the importance of those. There's clearly, however, a very high number. In fact, that percentage of success is still under 20%. So that means 80% of the patients are not obtaining shelters. This became especially concerning to I, and you heard from Dr. Gupta, both of us were working over the Christmas holidays in the deep cold, and especially as the wet cold happened, the raining and then hitting the freezing. So I'm glad to hear you putting forward a motion of around that issue and how we support people in those difficult times. We saw increased injuries again, and we worked with Milton and John Johnston at Central Intake about advocating for warming center availability. Even then, those warming centers were often full. And so we in the emergency department had the overflow. I tell you, this morning at 7:30 a.m., there were 16 patients who were homeless in our emergency department at St. Michael's Hospital alone. I know that's across the city. At the same time, we are managing a healthcare crisis that I have never experienced in my career for 20 years as an emergency physician. Last night, despite frankly having some of the best numbers in the city, we had 7 patients in offload for EMS. We had 17 patients waiting for acute care beds, and we had wait times of over 10 hours. This is what we're doing. I feel like with my colleagues in housing, we are trying to lead teams to face challenges like going up a mountain during an avalanche. And so I really am appreciative of this motion. I am because I need to support any additional shelter hotel spaces that can be maintained or added to our city. So thank you for having me here today.
Thank you so much. Are there questions of this deputant? I'll start with non-members. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you so much for coming here and all the preparation that you did to speak to us with this really powerfully authoritative voice of all of the emergency departments in downtown and naming them. It's like, so we're hearing from you that 8 out of 10 of the people that you see in emergency departments aren't able to get a shelter space, and you're seeing hypothermia and other injuries. To what degree, you said this is something you've never seen before. I assume you have a long career in Toronto, or how would you characterize the state of the situation with the growth of homelessness and the severity of illness that's posing for people?
I think we're still in crisis. And I think what's been really hard is we're tired of crisis, all of us here. You managed crisis from your own roles through COVID, but those crises haven't really lessened. I've been a leader for 5 years in emergency medicine for 20 years, most of that at St. Michael's Hospital, but also at Winnipeg Health Sciences Centre as well. And I feel like day in, day out, we are managing crisis related to homelessness. And that was not the case 10 years ago. We've always been under-resourced in shelters and housing. But this last year, and frankly, since the start of COVID, has been something I've never experienced. I wrote an editorial in the Star about during COVID of what we refer to as a COVID code orange, and that was related to not having access to appropriate housing and shelter. But it continues, and it's not uncommon for us to come into our emergency department and see people in the corners. We were fortunate to have foundation donors who are seeing this as well. We had so many donations where we gave out gift cards. When the warming centers are closed, we're giving out gift cards to 24-hour, 7 places in the city. It's not okay. And as a city, I acknowledge the financial difficulties that this brings. I acknowledge that, but these are humans. These aren't numbers. They're not just dollars. They are humans. And we as frontline people are constantly with them and seeing this. And so that's why we come with such passion. Not just numbers, not just experiences, but with passion, because we know we have to at times be their voice.
So I'm going to run out of time, but did I hear you say that in emergency departments you're giving out cards for people to go to the 24-hour restaurants so that they can get inside?
So they can be safe.
Yeah. So it sounds to me like we're reached an emergency situation in terms of getting people inside, and so yeah, that's a real shocker to me that you're having to go to that extent. And obviously Tim Hortons or McDonald's 24 hours isn't the place for people to be. So thank you so much for bringing that. Thanks.
Councillor Bravo, are there any other questions of this deputant? Councillor Chang?
Thank you so much for sharing, and thank you for, I think, although the gift card story is heartbreaking to hear, but it is creative, and it means that you're fighting for your clients and you're trying to find any means. So I just want to thank you for that. I think we're all seeing this as a crisis. When people say, what is the fire that's burning in Toronto? I think the fire is homelessness, mental health, and addiction. And all these decisions are always kind of limited by money. So I'm wondering, and I'm trying to get the fulsome picture here. I hear also from the police that they often bring people to emergency, and there's very little that you can do, and very quickly people are released back into the elements. What is that model of a landing space where the mental health and addiction support can be provided? Is there, between the Ministry of Health, which really a lot of responsibility is in their hands, what piece of that puzzle is missing as we are all, because we are creating the catch basin. Shelters are really like a catch basin for every broken part of the system. So what are the parts of the system that we really need to address that's missing so that we're not just constantly in emergency mode from your perspective?
Thanks for that question. I appreciated the idea of the ladder. I think one of the other things that's really important is that crises and moments when people hit homelessness, they end up in our emergency department, and we try to bring them to 24-hour. The 24-hour drop-in piece is huge. It's in those moments that you connect them with people like Pavey. Pavey is like a backbone in our department, and Alyssa on the GIM floor. It is those moments that then allow you to work with them, which often takes a year to get into the long-term supportive housing because of the administrative work that it takes. And you heard the story of Em. That did not happen overnight. That did not happen just in an emergency department. We must have a multi-component. As much as I personally, like many of you, want to see everybody in long-term supportive housing, and that I could do that from our emerge, we know that's not where people are at. You need a continuum of opportunities for that.
So I'm hearing that the 24-hour drop-in is a critical part of this puzzle, that when people, your patients, land there, they build a relationship and trust with a system they probably have lost trust with over time. And that is the pathway towards more longer-term places that they can land. How, what is the role of the city in maintaining these drop-ins? Because I'm hearing that their numbers are going down, and some of them are not even able to maintain 24-hour service.
So I think that's part of it. There needs to be spaces, there need to be safe spaces, and there need to be the right people at their side to help them navigate our systems. And it's expensive up front, but frankly, it's a lot less expensive than to continue the cycle of homelessness. And I think that's a really important part of this. So it's a lot about the right people helping them navigate that very complex system. Thank you.
Okay, I'll take it to committee members now. Councillor Moyes, you had a question?
Yes. Thank you for your presentation. I actually worked at St. Mike's for 22 years. I worked at the withdrawal management for many years, and also in the Emerge, the Rotary Center. So I do have a unique perspective of the crisis we're facing. But and I know we're talking about Toronto specifically right now, but I know when I was working in the hospital, one of the big issues we had was people coming up from outside the city. They were coming on the Greyhound, and taxis and everything else, sometimes even from other hospitals downtown Toronto. Mm-hmm. And we're trying to get them into detox or some crisis centers, and they're usually full. And so we refer them to shelters. So that continued and that's just one hospital, right? So, if you look at Mount Sinai and other hospitals, I'm sure they're having the same issues that we have and continue to have here in the city. So my question to you is, looking at this in a regional problem, it's not a Toronto problem, it's a regional problem. So what are your thoughts around looking at this in a holistic way?
I would love to see increased partnership with the Ontario government. I see homelessness as a health issue. And yet it can't just be a health issue. It's so often the things we deal with are not just health issues, but it really does need coordination across the province. And learning best practices, ensuring that there are opportunities for connection from all the cities. There are many, many towns in our province that don't have homeless shelters or supports, many emergency departments. We are unique at St. Mike's with the magnitude we have, and that has really been because that's why I was brought here. That is part of why I am the leader at St. Mike's. Because of my belief in the multifaceted and working together with other hospitals to find more and more ways to support that. In terms of regional and people coming from other cities, I think we see it less than we did 10 years ago. I think there's been an increase in some of the sort of larger centers outside of Toronto, the Barries, the Peterboroughs, with more supports than we did. And that said, we still do. Tuesday night, one of our patients definitely been sent from another hospital. And so it's a lot of coordination, but it's acknowledging and frankly showing models that work, showing providing the evidence of why it's good financially and good for people is a big part of all of our roles.
Okay. And so my follow-up question to you, so what percentage of people do you think come to Emerge that are from out of town? Well, let me rephrase that. So I know there's a huge percentage of people that you see that are underhoused in your emergency. So if you were to look at them, I don't know if you have the data or not for that, but if they're underhoused, do you know what percentage are from within Toronto? And
I can actually get that information. I just don't have that percentage right in front of you. I will tell you the great majority of who we see in the emergency department stay or are from a postal code very close by in the downtown East Core at St. Michael's Hospital. But I hear and I remember the days where we would get the Greyhound drop-offs for sure. Absolutely. Those aren't the norm as much as they were. But it's still an important piece. It's still a piece, and I don't have that number for you, but I could provide that to you if you'd like.
That'd be great. Thank you so much.
Okay, that was your last question. Are there any other questions of this deputant? Oh, right, sorry, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's very hard to keep track of what's going on at home.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Through you to Dr. Schneider. It's good to see you again. We met at the Sunnybrook, actually, for the BRAVE program.
And Thrive, which we've also launched with the support of City of Toronto, so thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. Yeah. And so I just wanted to ask just a couple of questions, and I think that my colleague, Councillor Moise, has touched on the piece with respect to the provincial government and the relationship. We need to put a strategy in place and so on, and maybe I'll work on such a motion, making that request, make that happen. But I wanted to ask you about the actual clients that you see. They're coming in because they're suffering from health-related issues, and as my colleague Councillor Chang has just stated about mental health and a number of other issues and so on. So they're having some challenges outside. They come into the emergency needing to get help, and at the end of that help and assistance, there's no place to actually help them to go to get sustained help and assistance.
Correct.
Right. And obviously that continuum creates more of a problem. So they'll come back to see you again, and then you'll treat them again, and your staff having to deal with these individuals and so on are also impacted because of as has been stated, the crisis. But that also has another impact as well, because you have other people coming into the emergency who are non-homeless people, but you have staff who are dealing with those pressures and working the long hours and so on. So it has an impact overall, both in terms of dealing with the homeless individuals who are coming in and individuals who are coming in because you're using the same staff component to provide assistance, but they're burnt out. I just wonder if you can comment on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a lot in there. I think the cycle of homelessness is a social determinant of health, and we know that. We know that what precedes homelessness is often mental health and abuse, and substance abuse or misuse, and we know that the incomes that come that are enough to sustain housing in Toronto are insufficient now, and as a result they go into crisis, and often that involves homelessness. And then to actually be able to manage those crises and to manage the mental health and the addiction, they need housing, and we know the Housing First strategy works. With respect to the emergency department, yes, 20% of the patients we care for are homeless on average, sometimes much higher, like this morning at 25%. We believe they are just part of our patient population, but we know that's not always what an RN should necessarily, like our RNs are incredibly skilled people, but that's why at St. Mike's we've hired people like Pavey and Alyssa with expertise in actually managing the health conditions related to homelessness as opposed to doing the blood pressure. And I think that's really important. And so yes, it has an impact on our flow within the emergency department, absolutely, but it's also an integral part of who we are at St. Michael's Hospital. And so I really want to be clear that it's part of who we care for.
No, got you, and I much appreciate that, and thank you all very much for the work that you do. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any more questions of this deputy? Seeing none, thank you so much. So my next speakers on the list, I have Sylvia Gomez from University Health Network, Dua Hijazi, the neighborhood group, a community group. Is Sylvia here? Or is she connecting online?
She's online.
Oh, she is online. Okay. I have just one bit of business to do so that I can release some staff, Sylvia, so bear with me, although I think he just stepped out. I want to be able to release some staff. Councillor Perruzza just okayed a quick release of the final item on the agenda, the Urban Hands pilot, which is item number 7. Thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and move the recommendations because we were simply holding it for Councillor Perruzza, but he's going to wait until it comes back in May. So all in favor of adopting the recommendation there? I don't see, I don't see Councillor Robinson online now, so I'm going to wait for that one. Yeah. Okay. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried, so we can let those staff not have to be held over till after lunch. Sylvia, thank you for waiting. I'm going to start your clock now. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Sylvia Gomes, and I'm a social worker in the emergency department in the city. I'm asking that we keep the hotel shelters open and to alleviate the emergency rooms in the city of some of the pressures that we've been experiencing since COVID began, but especially we've been advocating since the summer, as we knew that this was going to be something that came up in the winter and the cold weather. So I work in a place where people go when they have nowhere else to go, when they have no options. I have spoken to many people who are newly homeless and are very vulnerable. I specifically think of women and youth and elderly individuals where one major life event may have led them to becoming homeless. The City of Toronto is a very expensive place to live, and it creates a crisis when people are losing their income, maybe unable to afford their rent, maybe they have some health issues coming up, and they come to the hospital for specifically housing sometimes. There are no medical issues, and they ask to see a social worker for housing. I get asked all the time specifically for the shelter hotels, and I think some of my colleagues in emergency medicine have named the reasons why the shelter hotels have been so valuable to these individuals. I have worked for 10 plus years in various parts of the city and various areas of social work, but always working with homeless individuals. And I have experienced moral distress this year more than any other time in my career around supporting these individuals who are so desperate, who come to me in an emergency department, just basically looking for anything that they can get in terms of a warm place to go. We give out TTC tokens for the same purpose as the gift cards. We also have gift cards, which is a safe place to go when there is nowhere else to go that has people that will maybe witness you if something happens. I had a gentleman who was very concerned about being on the streets overnight, and so he was very happy to be on the TTC in order to have any sort of help he needed if a crisis were to occur. As my colleagues have said, that's completely unacceptable, and it creates a lot of issues in those areas and for those public services. I think we need to meet people where they're at, and this is a continuum, and everybody's different, and we all have different ways that we take care of our health. I think a safe place to sleep and a locked door is important, and I am again just thanking you guys for allowing us all to speak today. It has been very important for all of us to speak, as I think we're all experiencing the same distress.
Thank you so much for being able to be here today. Do we have any questions for the current deputant? Oops, let me just pause the time. So non-members, no. Members at home, no. So thank you very much, Ms. Gomes, for your deputation. Okay. Next is Dua Hajazi, the neighborhood group. Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee, for letting me speak today. I just want to clarify that I'm here as an individual and I'm not representing the neighborhood group. I'm a member of their advocacy committee. I would like to speak to you today about my experience going through homelessness and what I have seen through my outreach work as a social justice advocate. And just to start off, in September of 2021, during the pandemic, I became homeless because I lost my job earlier in that year, and I wasn't able to afford my rent for the basement apartment, which was $1,550 on ODSP. So I had to do some couch surfing and finally ended up at a shelter. I was injured while I was at the shelter. I fell off my bike and broke my foot. And so I was in crutches or on crutches, but I couldn't be on crutches because I had carpal tunnel, so I really needed a wheelchair. I couldn't get it anywhere from any of the hospitals in the Toronto area, not even on a loan. So I had to go to Hamilton to visit a friend and beg one of the hospitals there to give me a wheelchair that I could keep so that I could get around, because at that time I was using a walker and I had my knee up on a walker with a cast on it to get around. It was very dangerous. Finally, at that time, I had to be transferred from the shelter, which was in a congregate setting, to a shelter hotel because it wasn't accessible for me to go to the congregate setting. And so that's one instance of the need for such a thing as a shelter hotel. Also, in my experience at the shelter system, while I was homeless, I had many mental health challenges. I also witnessed others who got through worse mental health challenges where I had seen them in good spirits, and then over the months waiting for housing and not getting anywhere, they became very depressed, and I had witnessed one of my friends having attempted suicide. Going through that experience was very traumatic for everyone involved. Furthermore, it's obvious that people who are pushed away from the shelter system because of mental health issues, misbehaviors or whatnot, are then forced to go outside to settings like encampments, where they are at greater risk for harassment, assault, theft, and overdoses or death by suicide. So I'm urging that we consider at least keeping warming centers open 24/7 and allowing people who have nowhere else to turn to still be able to live in dignity under a human rights approach. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. We may have some questions for you. Are there questions of the Deputy? Councillor Bravo?
Thank you for speaking today. It sounds from what you're telling us that, in fact, becoming homeless contributes to problems with mental health. That is actually a driver of the mental health crisis, the homelessness crisis. Is that what you're saying?
In my experience, it has definitely aggravated my mental health.
Okay, thank you. And with the numbers of, and you mentioned that you were working before and not being able to work and then not being able to afford rent. It's like a cascading problem. And we know that more and more people who are working even full-time are are working a night shift and then on the subway all day sleeping. Do you, from your lived expertise, do you foresee that those people are going to be suffering, with their mental health will suffer when they work all night and ride the subway all day as a form of shelter?
For sure. I can't imagine being able to have, deep REM sleep when you're in that setting. You might be hypervigilant because you're worried somebody might grab your belongings and that's all you have. I have tried to interview for jobs while I was in a congregate setting, and I couldn't even sit somewhere where I wasn't surrounded by people so that I could have a private conversation while I'm doing my interview.
Thank you. I appreciate the urging of the reconsideration of offering a 24/7 drop-in. Thank you. In addition to the shelter hotel. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of this deputant? Councillor Ainsley, you have some
Councillor
questions?
Ainsley? Yep. Thank you. Sorry. I just wanted to go back to the beginning of your presentation where you talked about trying to live on ODSP. I did read an article in the Toronto Star today, and it said the typical recipient of ODSP receives $1,000 a month. They have $500 for shelter, and then the balance is for hydro, internet, winter boots, a coat. So you've lived that, is my understanding.
Yes.
Okay, and that's so this was an article in the Toronto Star this morning. So that $1,000 a month for ODSP, that's accurate?
That's accurate. In most cases, it averages around $1,000. If you have special diets needs or need for medical transportation, you may get more. So it's just a little over that. Probably not $1,500 for sure in any circumstance.
Okay. And this is in a city, I read another article a couple of months ago where it said the average rent for an apartment was $2,200 and going up.
Correct. Yes, that's
Okay.
the market
All right.
rent.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your time this morning.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you so much. Are there any other questions of this deputant? Thank you so much for coming in. Okay, so, sorry about that. Let me just reset that. We have next, I have Allison Rowe from the UHN and followed by Mark Aston right after that. Yes, there's Allison. Do we have Mark Aston waiting in the queue? Is he in person? Oh, excellent. Okay.
Hello?
Good morning.
Morning.
Okay, I'll start your clock. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Allison Rowe, and I've been a social worker for almost 13 years. I've spent the entirety of my career working in various hospitals and regularly working with unhoused individuals. I work in an inner-city urban hospital emergency department, and I would like to posit the notion that an emergency room is more than just a medical site. It is an essential social welfare establishment. A 2008 study by Rodriguez and colleagues found that homeless individuals were 3 times more likely to present to the emergency department for reasons of hunger, safety concerns, and lack of shelter as opposed to their housed counterparts. Further, 24% of those participants in that study stated that if they could go to a place that would provide the food, shelter, and safety at all hours, they would not have had to come to the emergency department. I personally can speak to the validity of this finding. Working in the ED, we regularly have patients present looking for shelter. They triage and are cleared medically for social work to find housing. Aside from the toll this takes on the medical team, medically examining and clearing people with social issues, I can tell you from experience that obtaining shelter is no easy feat. A call to central intake can take up to 90 minutes on hold, often to be told there's a city-wide wait for beds. This means that for each patient who presents for housing, each social worker can dedicate hours to being on the phone. Unfortunately, social workers diverted from regular duties to look for shelter beds that aren't there is not a phenomenon exclusive to the emergency department. Homelessness is a factor that significantly impacts inpatient discharge planning. When patients are discharged from hospital, they need follow-up care. A 2022 study by Jenkinson and colleagues found that unhoused patients rarely get the same access to post-discharge care as those living at home. To put this in practical terms, imagine you're a social worker working with a patient who had surgery. He'll require community wound care, but without an address, where do you put the support? In one memorable case, a gentleman who had been admitted to hospital was provided supplemental oxygen as part of his treatment. However, because of his unstable housing situation, he was denied access to a program to allow him to have the oxygen in the community. Now, as previously stated, unhoused individuals frequent acute health service sites, including both emergency departments and hospital admissions, with more often compared to the general population. While the general Canadian population have a 30-day readmission rate of 9.4, the 30-day readmission rate among those unhoused is approximately 20 to 50%, as discovered by Wang and colleagues. I'd like to stress that. Their readmission rate in 30 days is 2 to 5 times higher than the general population. The effect that housing can have on health outcomes is very real. Being discharged to the streets means that there can be no follow-up. How do you reconnect with someone to give them results if they have no address and likely no phone? Perhaps you'll think, okay, let the unhoused individual represent to the emergency room and the hospital will do what it does. It'll take care of the ill. But I ask you to please approach this pragmatically. A 2017 study by Stafford and Wood points out that the cumulative healthcare costs continue to accrue and often accelerate as health and social issues worsen. Perhaps you remember the story of $1 Million Murray, the story of a chronically homeless man living on the streets of a major city. His substance use frequently brought him into contact with police and hospital services, so much so that the cost of these services over a decade vastly exceeded the cost that it would have been incurred by housing and supporting him. As the famous line goes, it cost us $1 million to not do something about Murray.
I need you to wrap up, and that is a great way to do it.
Finally, please don't think that I am misguided or naive. I recognize that I stand before a municipal economic and community development committee talking about the impacts of a provincially run healthcare system and federally funded housing programs. Unfortunately, such is the nature of our siloed healthcare and social services systems. Things can seem overwhelming, and when I feel overwhelmed, I try to break things down into small facts and what I know to be true. What I've learned from my time on the front lines is echoed in the findings of Huang in 2001. Individuals living on the street tend to have worse health status than shelter residents. I respectfully ask you to keep the current shelter hotels open. It would improve the health and well-being of Toronto's underhoused and lessen the impact on an already burdened healthcare system. Should that not be the aim of government?
I really need you to wrap up. You're way over. I'm sorry. Are there questions of this deputant? Councillor Moyes.
Thank you for your delegation. You made a valid point about patients being discharged and have ongoing care needs, medical needs still needed. And so, should the healthcare system perhaps, what are your thoughts on the healthcare system perhaps following up with them in regards to providing some housing and some ongoing care in a safe space?
I mean, I think it's going to have to be a collaborative effort, like looking at shelter staff. They do have some doctors there, they do have nurses there. There are people that we can connect with to try and provide that follow-up care, but because there aren't any shelters, there are often people who are lost to follow-up who don't get the same, who are going to be readmitted for the same issue because they didn't get the follow-up care in the community. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Well, do you feel the province should probably take a more hands-on approach to when it comes to healthcare? Because again, if people are not taken care of after they leave the hospital, there's perhaps a higher chance that, you know, their illness, you know, may not get better. Like, you know, they'll be back in the emergency again at the hospital, and it actually costs the healthcare system perhaps a bit more funds. So I'm just thinking perhaps, you know, maybe in your humble opinion, should the province somewhat and the medical system perhaps help mitigate some of the in-between issues we're having? If that makes sense to you.
I think so. I think because shelter is such a crisis that any department that wants to get involved should be involved. Anyone who has a solution should come up with a solution, because right now there are people who are really at a disadvantage. So if that comes from the healthcare system, if that comes from the social services system, it doesn't really matter to me. I just want to make sure that there are systems in place to support people and help them live successfully in the community.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I think that's that is it for questions. So I've Mark Aston next from Covenant House, and followed thereafter by Kyra Heineck. She's here video conferencing. Oh, okay. Okay, welcome, Mark. I'll start your clock. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much. Mark Aston, Covenant House. I'm Executive Director there. I'm also Chair of the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. I'm here to express my support for the recommendation that the City of Toronto extend the majority of lease and license agreements at the temporary shelter sites until April 2024, inclusive of the necessary ancillary services that would support these programs, and to confirm and amplify the concern that city staff have that closing these spaces without sufficient transitional planning or too abruptly would result in significant disruption and harm for Toronto's most vulnerable homeless people. I'm also here to express my deep concern, and that of many other parties, concerning the critical situation facing the youth shelter system. Youth shelters provide a specialized service to young people, generally 16 to 24 years of age, and support their transition to independence and adulthood with services that are targeted to meet their particular needs. Youth shelters are not the same as adult shelters. Youth shelters provide a specialized service, as I was saying, and in 2020, working with the City of Toronto, youth shelter providers responded to the health and safety requirements of the pandemic by opening shelter hotel spaces to achieve less density and crowding in existing shelters, and to provide the needed physical distancing for shelter residents. Currently, 5 agencies, Covenant House, EVAS, Native Child and Family Services, Turning Point Youth Services, and the YMCA provide support to approximately 140 youth in a dedicated youth hotel located in the downtown core. This hotel is at risk of closure within the next few months. Prior to the pandemic, at the beginning of 2020, the Youth Emergency Shelter System in Toronto had approximately 377 beds, which will be reduced to approximately 246 beds going forward with this change, the closure of the youth hotel. This closure would reduce the capacity of the youth shelter system by over 1/3 or 35%. And unfortunately, currently there are no firm plans or options to replace this capacity. This closure also comes at the worst time, with the youth shelter system full and with youth shelters experiencing excess demand. And for example, Covenant House has recently opened a 12-bed overnight drop-in or shelter in our drop-in space, and all of these beds are regularly full. The consequences of this potential reduced shelter capacity for young people experiencing homelessness and trafficking in our city
Rastin,
will be
I'm going to
dire.
need you to wrap up pretty soon, but I know there are going to be questions of you.
Yes. Well, we're going to lose approximately 131 beds if this hotel closes. As I said, that's a third of the youth shelter system, and it's going to have exceedingly negative impact on some of the youngest and most vulnerable people experiencing homelessness in Toronto. So my request is that the committee and council provide the support and resources that staff need to address this really imminent and serious issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions of this deputy? I have questions myself, but I just want to give everybody else a chance first. Let me just, got to run the clock on myself. Mr. Aston, we were just talking about this offline. You have a very vast experience, a long and vast experience in working with not just youth, but through Fred Victor, all forms of our homeless population, but also different housing forms. So I ask you, in terms of youth shelter space, it's been a struggle to dedicate to a particular purpose, and it's always a struggle to get one of those going because the global capacity that we need is so pressing. Should we be dedicating, when we go to building transitional housing and supportive housing, the modular program, should we be trying to dedicate specifically to youth there as well?
Yeah, I believe we should. The needs of young people experiencing homelessness and trafficking are distinct. They're at particular developmental stages in their life. It is not the same as adults experiencing homelessness, and they need different and greater care and support service. So I would advocate, one, for, as I said, maintaining the distinct and specialized youth shelter capacity in our system, but also dedicating specific housing to youth needs, and particularly transitional housing. That is recognized as a best practice when serving young people. So I would very much support, for example, a modular housing site that could serve young people.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And one other question, because I know that we'll be asking these questions of Mr. Tanner, but I know you have working experience in this. If we go back to before COVID, council had a shelter strategy. We examined for a long time what's the ideal size for a shelter, and while we hear people saying keep all the hotels open, there is a best practice in terms of setting up a shelter that can be properly supportive and can have good outcomes for individuals within that. Is that, we've adopted an idea that it needs to be smaller, that it needs to be, 90 or fewer. Is that held in is that same concept, is that held in the outside agencies themselves, Covenant House and others? Is that their dream, that they're able to do things in right-sized shelters?
I think ideally when shelters support people, they support individuals. They can respond to the particular individual needs of a young person or an adult or a family. And that becomes increasingly difficult in congregate environments, crowded environments, or very large environments, not to mention the sort of ancillary issues of managing community impact and so forth. So I would personally advocate for, yes, non-congregate shelters, limited in size, and shelters that are viewed as an asset in a community, not as something to be fought.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much for coming today. Seeing no other questions, welcome, Councillor Mantas. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, we are supposed to go non-members and then members, but we're not going to be too rigid. But I am setting the clock.
Thank you. Is there a difference between shelters and group homes?
Well, yes, I think there is a difference. Shelters generally respond to people who do not have homes. Group homes may respond to other issues such as developmental challenges and so forth. So I think, yes, there's a...
So when we talk about transitional housing as being an ideal, is a group home model, could that be a form of transitional housing? I just think young people really need community and as close to a family as you can get, because really it's a stage of life you need a family. And I'm just wondering, because I've heard of and seen some models where it is a group home model supporting youth who might otherwise be homeless. And it's a scale that has, I think, the impact on the surrounding community is also, the community can wrap their arms around that scale. Is that a model that is perhaps more sustainable in the long run?
Sure, small transitional housing locations that have a congregate or community feel to them for young people have proven to be very effective, yes.
And are group homes considered congregate, or is congregate a big room with a lot of people? Like, what is the definition of a congregate setting versus the opposite?
Well, in a housing environment, I would suggest when you're talking about sort of private and shared space, potentially a house for 5 to 10 young people, you might look at them all having their own rooms or ensuite bathroom and sharing lounge, kitchen, and other facilities. So I think it refers to that mix.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Thank you so much for coming, Mr. Essen. Okay, so I have, is Kyra Heineck a video deputy? Okay, and then after that, I have Marcella Jones. Okay, so our next deputant is with us online. Kyra, welcome. Oh, we can't hear you. I think you're still on mute.
Apologies. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Yes, here I am.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today on behalf of the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness. It's great to be back, and we extend our congratulations to you in your new role as Chair, Councillor Carroll, and to you, Councillor Robinson, as Co-Chair. We also welcome new Councillor Moyes and look forward to working with you over the coming term, as well as very glad to see Councillors Thompson, Ainsley, and Mantis back as well. The TAH is a network of over 100 partners reaching across the city, providers, drop-ins, housing agencies. You can see the list of our steering committee members at the bottom of the deputation. We also serve as your non-Indigenous Community Advisory Board and co-chair. I'm sorry to interrupt myself. I'm just getting a lot of feedback. Is that something you guys are hearing too?
Well, I don't know if it's because you're picking up on sound in the room. I don't know if it's possible. Would they be picking up sound from around you?
You're able to hear me just fine, correct?
We are.
Okay.
Hang on one second. I'm
Thank
just
you.
going to check. I'll just check with the clerk's department. Does everyone have their mics turned off? Okay. It's good? Okay. We are good on this end, so if it's not too distracting, you can continue. I didn't pause your time, so I'm gonna actually do it using math.
All right, thank you very much. So we are here today to express our support of the recommendations that the City of Toronto extend the majority of the lease and license agreements at the temporary shelter sites until April 2024. Our partners see every day and share the concerns noted in today's report that closing these spaces will result in significant and potentially deadly consequences for Toronto's most vulnerable citizens. As the Alliance, we were created to amplify the voices of the sector determined to end homelessness, not only manage it. It is important here to stress that we remain firmly committed to increased permanent housing opportunities as the real solution to homelessness and to ongoing work in prevention. At the same time, however, until permanent housing strategies gain adequate traction, we must also be vigilant and responsive to the immediate needs of unhoused people in our community. And this cannot be done by further reducing the spaces that people rely on for shelter in the interim. During the last election, TAH's Pledge to End Homelessness campaign gained significant momentum and support from many of the councillors elected. In that pledge, we urged candidates to ensure that ending homelessness is a top city priority in this term. We now ask that you be mindful of this commitment and ensure that appropriate resources are allocated to SSHA so that the shelter system continue to offer life-saving services and supports to people who need them now. The data in the report today tells a striking story of the state of homelessness in Toronto right now and the only growing need for shelter and housing. We support and echo the last deputant's comments. As Mark noted, he is our chair, around the 24% of people experiencing homelessness who are youth. We have reason to believe that the temporary site will close in April, and it will result in a loss of 125 beds. This is 1/3 of current capacity and just over 100 beds fewer than existed for youth than before the pandemic began. We ask that this committee recommend to Council that all efforts be made to keep this site open, at least until an effective transition plan can be secured for these youth. And if this is not possible, to secure a new site in time for a seamless transition in April. While preserving the shelter bed capacity for youth is an immediate priority, it's also crucial for the committee to hear and recognize that there's eagerness across the sector to develop partnerships that will create permanent solutions for youth during this transition, and evidence-based models in development that offer an opportunity to intervene on the transition from youth to adult homelessness, which, by the way, is probably the most effective preventative measure that we have in order to reduce homelessness overall in the long run. And of course, there are many other vulnerable populations who are overrepresented in street homelessness and for whom limited resources exist already. For example, sites supporting seniors.
I'll have to ask you to try and wrap up soon.
Yes, I'm about to do that.
Thank you.
So I just want to make sure that we understand that there are other vulnerable populations, such as seniors and refugees, who also risk being back out on the street if these leases are not extended. We also echo comments from other deputants today about the need for increased provincial and federal action, and as always, the Alliance continues to advocate with those orders of government and are doing so for immediate action in response to today's report. So I'll leave you with that. I think this is an opportunity. We all at the Alliance think this is an opportunity to demonstrate commitment to making homelessness rare, brief, and non-recurring by prioritizing access to shelter and services in the immediate future. And
I'm really going to have to wrap up your deputation now. I'm sorry, because we're well past the 3 minutes. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I have to check to see if there are any questions. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Okay, seeing none. Thank you so much. Okay. Is Marcella Jones here in person? Okay. Talvir Mandur is online, I understand? Talvir?
I am here.
Okay. You're just by phone with no visuals? Is that, I don't need to wait any longer?
I'm just turning on my video.
Oh, there you are. Yeah, I see your camera now. Okay, thank you. Welcome. I'll start your clock. Thank you.
Hi.
You have 3 minutes.
Thanks. I'm here representing the groups of healthcare provider against poverty, and I'm the co-chair for this group. We're a group of healthcare providers, broadly working in social advocacy. And then I'm just going to read this open letter that we wrote along with Shelter Housing and Justice Network in its entirety. Toronto is one of the wealthiest cities in the world. Yet last year, at least 5 people experiencing homelessness died of cold weather-related injuries. Meanwhile, hospitals reported numerous cases of frostbite and hypothermia. And in December, the Homeless Memorial recorded the highest number of homeless deaths in a month in Toronto. These deaths are preventable. These hypothermia and freezing-related deaths are preventable. cold-related injuries like frostbite are preventable. How the city chooses to spend its budget highlights its priorities. When we talk about investing in community safety, this does not come with increased policing, but rather from communities having safety where they have stability and access to housing, healthcare, food, and social supports. Yet in the last year, we have seen the cutting of housing workers and programs, slashing of drop-in funds, and disappearance of 24/7 respite spaces. The city has closed down and will continue to close shelter hotels, displacing hundreds of residents back on the streets, worsening the problems. The fact remains that decreased social services and supports leaves people nowhere to go. People are going to the hospitals because they have nowhere else to go to keep warm, leaving hospitals to find options for safe shelter and often coming up empty. Transit police and outreach workers have nowhere to send people, and without available, safe, and accessible spaces, any attempts at outreach or triage are fruitless on our part. People who are unhoused have nowhere to go. Shelters are beyond capacity, even according to the city's own data. And warming centers are limited with only 45 beds available in downtown Toronto. And these centers are only opened at below -15 temperatures, which is an arbitrary threshold. Research shows that majority of the injuries happen in moderate cold temperatures. And we know that even in the current system, we're turning away more than 160 people every day from central intake. There are about 80,000 families waiting on the affordable housing waiting list, most people waiting 10 years. One of my patients got a housing offer yesterday after waiting for 13 years, which I guess is above the average. As of October 2022, there are 144 families on central intake's waiting list to be placed. To stay warm and find respite, people are going to the subway, going to the emergency rooms, and this is a worsening crisis. So our asks are to open warming centers, keep hotel shelter spaces open, reinstate low barrier 24/7 respite spaces until the shelter capacity is at below 90%, stop the eviction of encampments, and collaborate with levels of government to build 10,000 rent geared to income units immediately and 90,000 additional units to address the growing waitlist. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, and almost right on time. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, I have just one. Tavir, because you were so prescriptive and specific in your recommendations, I wonder if did you submit those in writing when you applied to speak?
I believe I did not. I can.
Yeah, that I would love that very much, if we could have them in writing, because councillors will have after lunch an opportunity to ask a lot of specific questions of staff. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
thank you very much. Okay.
Can I just mention one thing?
Yes.
I think that, so this is open letter, has about 1,266 signatures, about 500 from healthcare providers and about 700 from concerned residents as of 9 a.m. this morning.
Thank you. That is important to note. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you, Tavir. I have, let me give you a couple of names. Andre Berman, I have next. Oh, Andre, if you want to come forward. And after Andre is Charlotte Ebsary from CAMH. Oh, she's online, so we're ready to go with the next two. Andre, thank you for coming.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Economic and Development Committee, and city staff. I want to start my deputation with a question to be pondered by the committee. Is it a fair assessment that every dollar spent on temporary shelters is one less dollar spent on building/acquiring permanent housing? In 2021, approximately $320 million was spent on shelter operations at hotels, according to the city's Auditor General. The report attached to the agenda item being discussed is projecting another $317 million will be needed to extend hotel use through 2022 to 2023. That's a total of around $637 million to prop up temporary hotel sites that, together with other emergency shelters, make up 30% of the city's shelter system. For context, the majority of these emergency sites were acquired during the chaotic and unprecedented time of COVID lockdowns and subsequent health restrictions, a humane decision given the circumstance. However, according to the Auditor General's report on emergency shelters, the cost of operating emergency shelters, including the hotel COVID-19 programs, is 3 times more expensive than providing supportive housing, and around 7 to 10 times more expensive than providing subsidized housing, rental subsidies, or housing allowances. So in the absence of a viable housing strategy, when does it become fiscally irresponsible to continue operating these sites? How many more lease renewals will it take for the city to properly transition folks to permanent housing and not back into the shelter system? We know from the item agenda report and others like it that one of the leading factors contributing to increased shelter demand is insufficient affordable housing supply. Governments of all levels across North America, including the City of Toronto, have embraced Housing First doctrine, which regards housing as the foundation to improve lives of those experiencing mental health and addiction issues, 2 outcomes that lead people to become homeless in the first place. For clarity, I am not deputizing against ending temporary hotel shelter program outright. I'm here to raise legitimate concern about the lack of accountability on the part of the city when it comes to procuring sustainable housing opportunities people desperately need. And the astronomically high $94 million the city spent to purchase the Bond Place Hotel is a good place to start. The plan is to create 280 supportive housing units, which we can all agree is significant, but a cost-based analysis would put each unit at $335,714, and that doesn't even factor the money needed to renovate and update the entire building. In contrast, one of the city's modular housing projects, announced in April 2020, had an initial cost of $47.5 million for 250 units. That's $190,000 per unit, which is a little more than half the cost compared to what we're going to get at the Bond Place. Or what about the city's purchase of 292-296 Parliament, which is a former student residence? That site near Dundas and Parliament was purchased to create 24 rental units dedicated to women, Indigenous residents, seniors, and people with disabilities. That's a ballpark of 30 or plus individuals. The community was told that expect residents to move in by December 2021, then spring 2022. The site is empty. I walked by the other day. The property was purchased for $16 million, nothing to show for it. I'm almost done.
Yeah.
A significant portion of the money used by the city to purchase these properties came from the federal government Rapid Housing Initiative, $2.2 billion program led by the Canadian Mortgage Housing Corporation. That housing program has been scrutinized by the Auditor General of Canada, the highest scrutinizing body in this country, saying that this program is failing to cure chronic homelessness in this country in a lot of timelines because the CHMC has no tools in place to measure who is benefiting from these programs. From where I'm standing, or we're sitting in this regard, I know who's clearly benefiting. The federal government is writing the checks, the city spends the money, and private property owners are getting rich. That's our homelessness strategy in this city, and our vulnerable citizens deserve much better. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions of the deputy? On members and amongst members? No, thank you, Andrew. Okay. Okay. And I think online we have Charlotte Ebsery next.
Hi, yeah, hello.
Hi.
Hi, thank you for having me today. My name is Charlotte. I work on a community mental health team in downtown Toronto. I'm an occupational therapist. I work with people who live with serious mental illness. I asked to speak to you today because a lot of the people I work with have to use the shelter system because of a lack of every kind of supportive housing at this time in this city. I have found that in the past few months, it has gotten harder and harder to find someone a spot in a supportive home, a boarding home, an affordable home, a hospital, or a shelter. I implore the committee to consider all of these vital kinds of housing for vulnerable people a state of emergency, and not to close any temporary shelters until the system in Toronto is less than 90% full. I understand that there is some funding from COVID-19 that is coming to an end, but unfortunately the crisis in the housing sector exacerbated by COVID-19, by the cut in essential services during this time, by the thousands of jobs lost during this time, is still very much happening and is far more lethal than COVID-19. When people with serious mental illness have an exacerbation of their symptoms or slip up in their recovery, they can sometimes lose their housings. The shelter system works as a vital vanguard that means clients still have access to food, social contact, protection from physical and sexual violence, access to medications, and a way for their care team to know where they are. It is a cushion in place to make sure that if people have a setback, it does not have to lead to a complete unraveling with the return of the most devastating symptoms and difficult life experiences. When the shelter system is operating far beyond capacity, there is no room for this kind of safety net in place. Then people living with mental illness are discharged from the hospital onto the street and can be very difficult for their care teams to find. When this happens, people often become disconnected from their care and medications, lose access to food and basic hygiene, and are at very high risk of physical and sexual assault, and as for my team's clients in the past few months, death. These conditions cause extreme exacerbations of their illness and increase pressure on every service in the city, from emergency rooms to the TTC and our well-funded policing force. Recent research led our city family health team doctors in 25 Ontario shelters of 1,872 people using the shelter system suggest over 50% of the people using these shelters live with a mental illness, a cognitive disability, a physical disability, or a serious physical illness. Given the well-documented lack of suitable housing and work options provided in Toronto for any of these groups, closing emergency shelter spots at this time is withdrawing the last safety net for a group of people the City of Toronto has spent years underfunding and failing to provide basic services to. I ask you today to use your power not to take the last safety net left for them away. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte. I'll just ask the members present if we have any questions of the deputy. This is Charlotte from CAMH. Seeing none, I want to thank you for your deputation. Okay. We just have a few left. Diana Chan McNally from All Saints Toronto. Hi. Let me just reset your clock here.
Sure.
Go ahead, Diana. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you to the committee. There is nowhere to go. Across Toronto, you can see this manifested not just through the presence of encampments in the city and ravines, but as people sleeping on the TTC, in libraries, in private businesses like Tim Hortons and McDonald's, and perhaps most egregiously in the ERs and lobbies of overburdened hospitals in crisis. People are stranded. They cannot get a shelter bed even if they try, yet we continue to criminalize encampments. Why? When we know that people are just trying to survive. This is a manifestation of that. In my role as a case manager, I've only successfully secured 4 people a shelter bed since August. 4. For outreach workers who are supporting people outdoors, they have nowhere viable to walk someone who desperately needs to be inside. Hospitals discharge people to the street. For our vital mobile crisis response units, workers report being unable to bring unhoused people anywhere. What they do is they spend an hour or two with somebody in crisis and then they leave. What is the value in that? What, in fact, is the benefit of investing in outreach services, including streets to homes outreach workers on the TTC and crisis workers, if we simply have no safe, accessible, low barrier, reliable, year-round, 24/7 spaces to bring people? Before the pandemic, Toronto had these spaces, places you could walk into at any time of the day to secure a low barrier bed and just come indoors for a while. You could access services like washrooms, showers, meals, harm reduction supplies, all of that. They served every situation of homelessness as well. People who were in the system, but also people who were hesitant to actually enter the shelter system and sleep in a shelter bed. They served absolutely every situation of homelessness. Because of COVID, these spaces stopped being walk-in only. And that was necessary. That needed to happen. However, we're at a point now where the absence of these spaces is deeply, deeply felt and causing people a lot of harm. We have never actually addressed the loss of this safe, reliable space available at all times for people who are unhoused. Instead, what we have done is we have shifted that responsibility onto services that are very ill-equipped to handle them. Is it fair? Is it cost efficient? And is it accountable to make hospitals or the TTC or our library system responsible for sheltering people? No. And in fact, we pay for this in myriad ways. There is no arguing that we do not have enough shelter beds or the housing required to ensure that no one in Toronto is homeless. The latter in particular, I understand, cannot be solved without significant provincial and federal investments. We know this. We need a lot of policy change at those levels too. But a quick, effective change we can implement at a lower moral and financial cost to the city is to create dedicated 24/7 drop-in spaces all year round. Without the space, homeless Torontonians will continue to be stranded. We must leverage and underused civic spaces. We could use TTC buildings. We could purchase more sprung structures like the one that we see at 69 Fraser Avenue. We could also look at actually renting commercial storefronts. If that is a possibility, I think we should try any of these possibilities to secure this kind of space. We need
I'll need you to wrap up pretty soon.
No problem. To unburden hospitals, libraries, transit, and businesses of having to unfairly shelter people. There is a cost to this. While this is not a replacement for housing and not a reason to decommission shelter hotels or act in lieu of shelter beds or evict encampments, it will help to ensure that homelessness doesn't spiral further out of control by giving some place for people to go. You need to reinstate 24/7 drop-in spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputy? Councillor Bravo, non-members first. Councillor Bravo, go ahead.
Thank you. I read your opinion piece in the Toronto Star today. It's very persuasive, and I wanted to ask you if we are to extend this, do a 24/7 drop-in approach, what impact on community safety, which is on people's minds so much, how could that be improved? Because a lot of the solutions that were being proposed in the current budget process are around enforcement and the removal of people from places, and in addition, the special constables and the streets to homes workers on transit. Any comment there?
Yeah, you know, it's pretty telling that we would invest in things like enforcement to raise TTC fares, essentially not to improve service, but actually to create these enforcement pieces of hiring these special constables and also these outreach workers. Now, if you don't actually have any alternate space for people to go, they're on the TTC for a reason, and it's out of desperation. It's because there is nothing else for people to actually access. What is the value in paying to have people removed from the TTC if you do not actually offer them any alternative safe space? I would say reinvest all of that into creating these spaces instead. It would significantly lower the incidence of people who are riding the TTC all night, of people at the end of the night on streetcars who are saying, I will not get off. Mm-hmm. They're saying this out of desperation, right? But if you provide that space, people know about it. And if it's reliable, it's consistent, it's always open, people will learn quickly and they will go.
There's also, we know, about $100 million cost to policing homelessness in this city. What are your thoughts on how the drop-in, a 24/7 drop-in approach would help to, in a cost-constrained city in relation to the planned or proposed increases to the police budget?
Yeah, I think if you look at how and why people are criminalized as well for living outdoors, I have a fellow who has been, he's arrested for public indecency because he was urinating outside. He had nowhere to go to the bathroom, and that was a choice that he had to make. So we look at the so-called crimes that are being associated with being unhoused, and they're really out of survival, desperation, a lot of the time. Again, if you had spaces, if you had services for people to access at any time of day, you would see less incidents of especially these very petty kinds of crimes happening, which would have an overall lower cost, not just on police, but the criminal justice system as well, to actually have to process things like tickets, to go through the whole criminal justice process of people being arrested. There is a huge financial cost attached to that. And again, it could be circumvented pretty easily if you actually offered these very low barrier spaces.
In your Toronto Star opinion, you say that we're asking mostly low-wage workers, a majority women, and racialized who use transit every day to pay for these security measures. from the TTC budget, do you think it would be more effective then to provide the, not take that approach and more equitable from, given the population that you serve?
Yeah, I mean, we're using the personal money of people who are in precarious positions themselves to essentially punish people who are even more precarious. I think that's just a terrible strategy in terms of equity in the city more broadly. And if, I don't agree with the TTC hike at all, but if this is the route that we're going to go, the least we can do is ensure that any funds that are generated from that actually go into improving services. Again, we are actually creating more inequality with these kinds of policies in place, and I think we could absolutely take a more proactive, kind of radical approach where we provide what people need, the resources they need to survive, instead of actually punishing them for not having those resources.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chang, you have questions of the deputy?
Thank you for sharing. As you may have seen the budget, we're aiming for funding 9,000 shelter beds next year, or this year. It's 2023 already. What is the capacity that you think needs to be built for drop-ins? What would that, how many of them? There were, I heard somewhere that there were previously more than what is available now. So what is a healthy number in a crisis that would be a positive shift that would make a demonstrable difference for all the fires that we're hearing about today?
Yeah, if I think about what was available before, we had about 7 respites, which have now become closed access. We had 24-hour drop-ins for women, specifically through Fred Victor, as well as Sistering. Those are now closed access. We had Margaret's, who lost a lot of funding. Actually, it was cut this year, and they were previously 24/7, but that's been cut to 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. So we're cutting back the hours significantly. You know, I also want to emphasize as well, there are daytime drop-ins that have had their funding reduced. They did not get what they asked for in the funding call out from last year. And so we're seeing hours reduced even in the daytime drop-ins as well. So I think, you know, it wouldn't just be about restoring the same level of service. And I think at this point, it would be difficult to transition some of these spaces back to what they were. I would advocate that maybe we need to look at some changes to the model and look at new kinds of spaces that we can operate. But at a bare minimum, I think if we have, you know, gosh, we actually don't know how many people are homeless in this city. I know the Homeless Hub is saying that there's 18,000. So if 9,000 spaces are available in the shelter bed, that's half of what's required to actually make sure that everyone has somewhere safe to go. I realize it would be a huge financial burden to create that space within drop-ins, but I think the aim should be as high as possible. And we should have services that are available, not just in the downtown. Obviously, we need a concentration down there, but in Willowdale, in places like Yonge and Eglinton. Josh Matlow is not here, but in his ward, we have a steep increase in homelessness there as well. And we've never had that kind of space available. So I would like to see some kind of equitable approach. I think there would be more consultation needed around what that might look like, but I think it needs to be substantial, and we should be aiming for a minimum of space that could bring in at least 9,000 people.
So for the ones that you said have turned into closed access or reduced hours, what was the funding mix to support most of them? Is there like a typical funding model for these types of drop-ins?
There's different models that I'm speaking of here. So when we're talking about respites and the women's 24-hour drop-ins, they're kind of couched in a different part of SSHA versus the daytime drop-ins. So the funding allocations and the models just more generally would be kind of split between these two. I'm sure city staff can speak more to that. Gord Tanner, for example, I'm sure could say a lot more about that. In terms of the drop-ins, so I come from the drop-in sector, previously was coordinating a network of about 59 drop-ins across the city of Toronto. And the funding overall usually has been under 200,000.
From the city or also from province and grants? And
from the city, from the city.
And I just have one last question, because I think I'm going to run out of time, is what is the potential, because I just think, we know when you're looking at buildings, faith communities are spread out across the city, and some of them are often quite empty during the week. Do you think that there is a sustainable model that could be explored in partnership with faith communities across the city?
I think that's a possibility. Now, at the same time, we had a model before that was called Out of the Cold, that had been operating from the 1970s up until 2020 when the pandemic hit. And frankly, the model was never updated during that time. And what was happening is that people were sleeping in church basements in crowded conditions. So I would not advocate that we return to that model, but again, look at new ways of instituting a new model that could potentially leverage those spaces and the faith-based community in order to create these kinds of services. But I think there's more potential to explore that. But again, I think we shouldn't reiterate what wasn't working very well in the past.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions of this deputant? Councillor Moyes. But before you speak, I have Councillor Moyes, then I have Councillor Ainsley, and I also have on the air Vice Chair Robinson. Vice Chair Robinson, I'm going to have to leave the room for just a second, so I'm going to have you host Councillor Moyes asking his questions, and Councillor Ainsley, and I should be back by then. My apologies.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you. To pick up on where Councillor Chang left off, I was actually going to ask about Out of the Cold. Again, I mentioned earlier, I worked in the field, and one of the things I did was actually refer people to Out of the Cold. And since the pandemic, as you mentioned, the churches decided to actually, withhold that service because of the pandemic. And as a result, the city itself withdrew its funding. But I think, what are your thoughts on the opportunity to actually return, bring that program back? Because again, it's a program that alleviates people from, out of the cold.
Yeah.
It's not a great program, but again, it's one of the programs that actually helped.
I can't speak for faith-based organizations, so I certainly won't suggest that that's the case. Again, I think there is opportunity to explore this. I think the caveats here would be that those programs were largely volunteer-based. And when we look at the pandemic, for example, people were not equipped. And certainly, I would never push anyone in a volunteer position to engage with people in a high-risk setting during a global pandemic. I don't think that's appropriate. We certainly didn't have the PPE or the training available for people to do that. We just didn't have the resources. It's potential that we could look at creating some kind of, again, revised, new, improved model, somewhat based on Out of the Cold, or at least leveraging, again, those spaces and those relationships with the faith-based community. But again, I'm kind of reticent to suggest that this is the way we should move forward, understanding that those programs are very under-resourced to begin with, and we would need to step up the level of available resources in those spaces in order to meet, I think, a minimum standard of care.
Mm-hmm. And as I'm not sure how long you've been here, but I asked a previous deputant about having a regional approach when it comes to homelessness, because we know that a percentage of the underhoused people, homeless people in the city, come from other areas. And, it exasperates the issue we have here. So what are your thoughts about that?
I think every city across Ontario has a presumption that everyone goes to the city because they've been dropped off there or there are services available. And it's a bit of a catch-22. I mean, we do have services that are available here. People have to go to where the services are, and it tends to be concentrated downtown. I think at this point, we know that across Ontario, not just the city, we have encampments, people who are unhoused, literally everywhere. I've been in North York, just close to Steeles even, and seeing people panhandling on Steeles Avenue, which I grew up in the city, and that was never the case before. So I think, we do need a concentration downtown. People have become accustomed to being downtown because the services are here, but because they've also gained community connections with service providers as well as with each other. So I think, we have to honor that and ensure that we have adequate services downtown, but we do need to look at other parts of the city as well and do better assessments. Look at Scarborough, for example. There are a lot of people living in ravines. We don't know the extent of this, really. If we look at the homelessness count, for example, a lot of that information is extrapolated impacted, but for those of us who actually work frontline, we know that there are a lot of people out there, and yet we don't have a lot of services. So I think we need to do a better job of assessing what would be equitable in the city, really look at the issues of homelessness and convene with people who are working frontline as well as people who are unhoused to kind of assess, okay, what would prime locations be? I think ideally you would want things to be most accessible, particularly by TTC. But again, I think we have to do a better job of assessing.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you. And Councillor Ainsley?
Thank you, Councillor Robinson.
And thank you,
Ms.
Councillor Vice
McNally,
Chair, you're a lifesaver.
Okay, thanks. You're
the
back.
chair is back.
Yes,
Go ahead,
yes,
Councillor
thanks. Go
Ainsley.
ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Ms. McNally, we do have an item coming up which was added to the agenda on warming centers. So we couldn't have people listed as deputants. And you were talking about drop-in centers. I was just wondering if I could get your thoughts on what we should be doing to improve our warming centers based on your experience.
Yeah, I think we actually need both kinds of services. Climate resiliency is an issue. Not just warming centers, but cooling centers as well. And while I'm talking about dedicated year-round 24/7 space, that would offset a lot of the need, I think, that we already know is on the street. If we look at last year, we look at warming centers, they were open for 68 days last year. Essentially a large portion, most of the winter. But what happened is that they stopped being warming centers and they started becoming runoff shelter. They filled up quickly and people stayed for the duration. No one could access it to stay warm if they hadn't already been there, or was just less able. They didn't have beds available. So you actually need both kinds of services, the 24/7 year-round spaces, but we still need warming centers for people. This is emergency service. I think we need to look at revising the protocol that's used to instigate the opening of these centers. -15, -20 degrees is just too cold. As someone who does work frontline, it's not just about people freezing to death. I have a lot of people who come in with cold-related injuries from last year, from several years ago, that are ongoing, and this means lifelong disfigurement and complications, sepsis, a lot of things, again, that entail a cost to the healthcare system. So we do need these spaces. We need a better protocol for opening them, like talking to medical experts, revising the -15 degree kind of temperature that sets them to be opened. And I think we also need to recognize that this is a public health issue. We have Toronto Public Health declaring emergency cold alerts, but we have SSHA delivering the response, and they are not aligned. So that's a problem, because then people don't know when they're going to be opened. I think what we need to do is make sure that the medical officer of health is the one that declares the emergency cold alerts and also instigates the opening of these warming centers so that there's clear, consistent communication by all departments in order to put these open. And just like 24/7 spaces, I think we need to leverage whatever spaces we can find, even commercial spaces if need be, in order to put them in place.
Okay. And then in your comments earlier, you mentioned a sprung structure. Can you explain to me what a sprung structure is?
So is it 2018? I might have to be corrected by on this. Is it 2018? I'm looking at you. I think so, yeah. We were going to purchase 4 of these structures. We purchased 3, and they've been operating, they were operating as respites. Now they're essentially closed shelters. There's one on 69 Fraser Avenue, for example. It's very close to where I live. I live in Ward 4, and it's kind of like this big dome thing. It's a prefabricated structure that we can erect in public space to essentially create these kinds of warming centers or potentially 24/7.
Notice the medical officer of health has been here this morning because while the alignment may not be perfect, we're a work in progress. Okay, thank you so much, Diana. Do I have Rita Bertucci here, online or otherwise? I don't have many people left. I'm just going to read through the list of the remaining deputants because we're also close to the lunch hour mark. I have Rita Bertucci, Victoria Catterson, Leslie Gash from the Toronto Shelter Network, and Jesse Jenkinson. Do we have these people present? Okay. So how many of those deputants are currently online? Do we have 3 people queued up? Or just one person? Oh, okay. So councillors, I'm in your hands. We are coming back after lunch regardless for the deliberation on this item. But is there a willingness to stay so we can at least hear the 3 deputants that are queued up before lunch?
I'll move a motion to extend to hear the 3 deputants.
Okay. I'm sorry, pardon? Oh, sorry, because there are 2 more people on the other side of this page. I apologize for that. So it'd be 5 deputants. Potentially, we could be here for another 20 minutes, half an hour. Then we would break for lunch for an hour. Councillor Thompson is moving that motion. Are people willing to stay to finish the deputants?
And then we're breaking for lunch for an hour?
I think there are actually 2 motions. Do you want to stay and finish the speakers list? It should probably be posed as 1 motion. And then do you want to cut lunch to a half an hour? I would want to confer with the clerks while we're voting on whether or not to finish the list of speakers so that they don't have to come back an hour later. First of all, are members of the committee okay with extending to hear the rest of the deputants? All in favor of that motion? Okay, opposed to seeing only. Okay, I always want to check with the secretary of the committee and the clerks before doing this, but if members are amenable, Councillor Thompson would also like to move that we take a half hour for lunch and come straight back. Councillor, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, then that's what we'll do. We're going to finish the speakers list, and I think Victoria is next. Okay. Victoria Catterson is, I believe, online.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. And your camera just popped up. Go ahead. So you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I live in St Jamestown, Ward 13, and I regularly walk through Allen Glen Gardens. It pains me to see so many people living in tents, but I know that they've got nowhere else to go because the city shelter system is over capacity and turns away over 100 people per day. And these are just the people bothering to call central intake looking for a spot. Many have given up after being turned away night after night. But if it pains me to see people living there, how much more painful to be the people there. We're all so close to vulnerability, just one job loss or broken relationship away from being pushed to the edge. The safety net that we ought to have in place to help the vulnerable has worn so thin that we can't support all the people who need it. In this environment, how can we possibly be talking about closing 5 more shelter hotels? Where are people meant to go? Where can they warm up, or store their gear, or dry off after a storm? We know the winter in Toronto is harsh, and the weather leads to frostbite and hypothermia, and this causes permanent maiming, disability, or even death. We have tragic examples just recently at both Christmas and last weekend as evidence of that. We can't solve the housing crisis overnight because this is a problem that was years in the making. But we can take steps for harm reduction right now, while also working to address the root problems. You have the power here to make decisions that will save lives. I have 3 asks. We must open 24-hour warming centres throughout the winter so that everyone has a drop-in space to access and get warm. Secondly, we ought to increase the number of shelter hotels to meet the current demand. And this doesn't mean just packing more beds into the congregate settings. And thirdly, we need to dramatically increase the amount of supportive housing and also look at affordable housing solutions to help people transition into permanent housing. This is really the long-term solution, and by doing that, it will automatically lead to a decreased need for shelter spaces and warming centres. I don't want to see Allen Gardens cleared by police or by city workers who destroy people's survival equipment. I want to see Allen Gardens cleared naturally over time as we support people into permanent and safe housing. In the meantime, please take action to prevent more deaths. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Victoria. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you, Victoria, for your deputation. Do we have Leslie Gash from the Toronto Shelter Network? Okay. That is an online deputation. Leslie, hello.
Hi.
I'm just going to set you up. You have 3 minutes. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Leslie Gash. I'm the Executive Director of the Toronto Shelter Network, more commonly known as the TSN. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. For those who are unfamiliar with the Toronto Shelter Network, we represent more than 35 organizations that collectively deliver Toronto's 24-hour homelessness services, including traditional shelters, respite centers, 24-hour drop-ins, and the COVID-19 shelter hotels. Our members include organizations such as the Fred Victor Center, Homes First Society, Dixon Hall, the Salvation Army, Sojourn House, Street Haven, Covenant House, EVAs, and many others. We enhance the collective capacity of homelessness service providers in Toronto through knowledge sharing and learning, collaborative planning, research and advocacy, and champion access to housing with dignity for people experiencing homelessness. As you are aware, hundreds of people requiring shelter are being turned away every night due to a lack of system capacity. We know that expanding the shelter system is not the solution and support the shift away from more shelter beds to permanent housing options. The housing being created with the support of the provincial and federal governments and the nonprofit sector as part of the 24-month Housing and Homelessness Plan is encouraging, and there are sound strategic options in the Homelessness Solutions Service Plan, as well as the 2020-2030 Housing TO Action Plan, but these programs need to be properly resourced. We are particularly interested in solutions that focus on homeless youth so that they do not transition to homeless adults. The Phase 1 work plan of the COVID-19 Shelter Transition and Relocation Plan adopted by Council in April 2022 outlined a phased gradual transition from temporary shelter sites. With this report update, TSN supports the recommendation to City Council to extend the leases of the majority of the temporary sites until April 30th, 2024. We also support a coordinated regional response and are prepared to help advocate to the provincial and federal orders of government to provide funding to support the arrival of refugee claimants and/or asylum seekers. However, with provincial and federal funding winding down for the COVID-19 response and still outbreaks in the shelters, there is a continued need for secure temporary space for shelter users. Until more affordable, transitional, supportive, and permanent housing is brought on board and increases are made to social assistance benefit rates and housing benefit program allocations, we still require an interim solution that will not decrease the current number of beds and supports in the system and preserve dignified and safe spaces for homeless people. We are encouraged by the city's response to our joint request with the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness to set up a joint SSHA Housing Secretariat, TAEH, and TSN committee and look forward to our first meeting in early February. One of our first topics will be looking at interim solutions for beds potentially lost due to the end of leases. TSN is committed to making homelessness rare, brief, and non-recurring. Let's make sure we have sufficient housing with supports before we lose any more beds and supports for homeless people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Oh, I'm looking at my online participants. I just have one myself. Just take 1 second. Let me run the clock on myself. Leslie, you mentioned the need for a special strategy for youth. Well, is that going to be a topic of that table discussion? If you have anything to say about it.
Yes, it will be a topic of that table discussion. We've already had, there's a group, Gord Tanner collected together yesterday, and we are of youth. Sorry, there's a lot of.
Oh, sorry. That
shelter providers, and they are very interested in getting this as one of the topics to start discussion, to look at transitional housing and permanent housing and youth replacing the youth shelter that can potentially be lost in the next little while.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for coming today. Okay. Those are the questions. Is Jesse Jenkinson here? Okay, I have Jesse Jenkinson and then two more after that, just Melissa Goldstein and Kate Frankham Pridham. Jesse, oh, there you are. We see your camera now.
Can you hear me all right?
We can. I'm going to start your clock. You have 3 minutes. Thanks so much.
Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Jessie Jenkinson. I'm a research fellow at Unity Health Toronto with training in public health, and I focus on homelessness and health. I'm actually speaking on behalf of an ED doctor who couldn't be here today, so I'm going to read her letter. My name is Dr. Marcella Jones, and I'm an emergency physician in downtown Toronto. I'd like to thank the members of the Economic and Community Development Committee for the opportunity to speak via proxy about the health impacts of closing the shelter hotels, and ask that you expand access across the entire emergency shelter system to stop unnecessary suffering and preventable deaths. I work primarily in a large academic hospital here in downtown Toronto. On every single shift that I work in the ED, I see the impacts of the lack of emergency shelter spaces on my patients who are experiencing homelessness. I'd like to tell you about one of my patients, Robert. Robert's a 50-year-old male who came into the ED a few weeks ago with fever, cough, and difficulty breathing. He was diagnosed with a respiratory infection, and I advised him to rest as much as possible. He said, "Doc, how am I supposed to rest and get better if I have nowhere to sleep tonight?" He had already been turned away from the central intake that night as there were no shelter beds available. It wasn't cold enough for the warming centers to be open, and there's no overnight drop-in spaces. As a doctor, I was unable to provide Robert with the treatment he needed to get better. What he needed was a safe, warm, and dry space to recover from his illness. That's why I'm asking you, as members of the committee, to maintain the existing shelter hotel capacity. We simply cannot afford to have the 3,000 unhoused people who are currently in the shelter hotels added to the rest of the shelter system. There are an estimated nearly 200 people, like my patient Robert, who are turned away from central intake every night due to lack of beds. I also want to tell you about Mary. Mary is a 35-year-old female with a history of PTSD who we see in our ED almost every night. Her diagnosis? Homelessness. The ED has become the de facto 24/7 drop-in space because the city has failed to reopen its 24/7 drop-in spaces that existed prior to the pandemic. Mary needs a safe and a warm space to stay every night, not just on extremely cold nights. I ask that you urgently create access to places for respite that are open 24/7, that are low barrier, and don't require access through central intake. These spaces are critical to preventing further deaths from hypothermia and cold weather exposure. How many more people must die for the city to take action? Every time I go in for an ED department shift, like the one that prevents me from being here in person today, I try to make a difference in people's lives. But for patients like Robert and Mary, as a doctor, I cannot make the impact that you can. You can stop the closure of the shelter hotels. You can expand access to spaces across the emergency shelter system, and you can create low barrier 24/7 drop-ins. Robert and Mary don't need my medical expertise. Robert and Mary need urgent action from you, members of the Economic and Community Development Committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, this is awkward because you're reading someone else's letter, but are there any questions for Jesse?
I do have research expertise in the area, so I'm happy to speak to questions, even though not on behalf of Marcella.
Yes, that's true. Are there any questions? Seeing none and none at home, and there are none. Thank you so much for coming. And extend our thanks to the doctor as well, I guess. Okay, two more. We have Melissa Goldstein and then Kate right after. Melissa's on the line. Oh, there she is. Hi, Melissa.
Hi there.
I'm just going to reset the clock and then you have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Melissa Goldstein and I'm an affordable housing researcher and homelessness researcher. There's considerable evidence that points to the fact that the current shelter system capacity is already inadequate. We've heard a lot of that evidence today. Overall, shelter occupancy data shows that shelters are 100% full most nights. Central intake data shows that each day more than 100 people looking for an indoor space are unable to access a space because they're told there is none, and the actual number is likely a lot higher. There are people sleeping in tents in parks and sleeping bags on subway grates and under highway overpasses, and people spending their nights riding the TTC and sitting in 24-hour restaurants because there's just nowhere else for them to go. In the past few weeks, a person's frozen to death in a tent and another has died in a fire while trying to stay warm. Both of these people had tried unsuccessfully to access a warm space inside. They weren't service resistant. They were resistant to accepting services through people who they had every reason to not trust. We don't need more police officers or transit cops to manage unhoused people. The people aren't the problem. The fact that there's nowhere for them to go is the problem. The proposal to close up to 5 shelter hotels is problematic. The fact that the staff report doesn't mention how many people will be affected or how many spaces will close does not make for good decision making. But regardless of how many spaces are implicated here, we need to maintain existing shelter hotel capacity. We simply can't afford to lose any spaces. We also need 24/7 low barrier spaces where people know that at any time of day they can walk in and access a warm or cool space inside and shelter from the weather conditions outside. Diana did an excellent job talking about this issue, so I won't go into it more. But one of the things that we need to stop is also this directing of people, of existing shelters to accept more people than what was advised during public health guidance that were protecting people from COVID. This advice to increase capacity in existing shelters goes against the advice of the infection prevention and control experts the city has hired to provide expertise in preventing COVID transmission. And on the topic of these IPAC experts, one of the contracts that we're looking at in this item today is seeking an amendment. It's with Practice Health Check, which is who received a non-competitive contract for infection prevention and control consultation services. And this year's funding request is for $2 million, which is more than double the $900,000 they got in 2021. And there's no explanation in the staff report here of what the money is for. And what is even more troubling is that their contract for services last year was first approved for $1.5 million, again, without an explanation for the $600,000 increase from the year before. But then a few months later, the contract was further amended to add an additional $4.7 million for services in 2022, to a total of $6.2 million for 2022. And there is no explanation at all about what this money is for. The first contract, there was an explanation, but since then, there hasn't been anything. And so while the auditor looked into the shelter hotel contract and found millions in overspending, she didn't look into this contract. And so some transparency is needed about the details of the contract with Practice Health Check, how decisions are being made about funding increases, and what services are being provided. And that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Melissa. Are there any questions for the deputant? Folks are here, although you can't see them on camera, and I have some at home. Are there no questions? Okay. Okay, thank you. Thanks very much, Melissa. I'll be asking questions about that. And last but not least, I have Kate Francombe-Pridham. Okay. Oh, there you are. Hi, Kate.
Hi there.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, I'll set your clock. You have 3 minutes. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kate Francombe-Pridham, and I'm a research program manager at St. Michael's Hospital. I work in homelessness program design and delivery, and closely with many hospital colleagues that have spoken today. I had actually registered in case one of our ED speakers needed a proxy, and luckily they were able to speak, so I'll just keep this to 2 brief points. We've heard today about the dignity provided by the shelter hotels, the need for spaces at all parts of the continuum, from low barrier 24/7 drop-ins to shelter hotels to supportive housing, and that different things work for different people at different moments. From my experience, all of these things are desperately true. I just want to reiterate that right now, there are not enough spaces of any sort in the system for everyone who needs and wants them. We are seeing that very clearly on the hospital side. If there are closures of shelter hotels, there will be fewer spaces in the system overall, despite the increase in congregate spaces being made by reducing bed spacing, and we cannot get into that situation. All leases should be extended if at all possible, as well as the creation of more spaces within the system. If we want to get out of this crisis situation that we all do want to get out of, we need to fund more types of all types of spaces, and this committee could and should ask council for the funding to do so. We can't pit these services against each other. I also want to go back quickly to a question about the role of the health system in this crisis. As my colleagues have clearly articulated, people cannot recover and improve their health if they have nowhere to go. For many people, the shelter hotels have been the best place for that recovery for all the reasons listed by my colleagues. On our part, I am sure we will continue to build off the supportive relationships we have with the city and shelter providers to further develop improved processes and supports between the health and shelter system. But every person in this city has a right to a safe and warm place to be, and that is within the power and responsibility of the City of Toronto to provide. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Kate. Are there any questions of the deputant? Looking at my at-home people. I don't see any questions, but I do thank you for your deputation. And I believe that is the list. I have no one left outstanding? Okay, excellent. So councillors, we're going to come back to consideration of this item right after lunch. And because we did get through the list, let's go nuts and have 40 minutes. I'll expect people back for 1:30. You're not going to make us move a whole motion.
It looks like you approved it right now.
Yeah.
Oops.
Councillors, we do have quorum because we have the vice chair. Oh, and there's Councillor Ainsley now too.
Could we dispense of 1.3, Madam Chair?
Just 1 second, Councillor Robinson. I'm just going to try and get the room to come to order, and then we'll call to order. I want people to be able to hear what you're saying. Right. Councillor Tobin would love to hear you speak, or Mr. Tobin. Okay. So, folks, are we ready to go? I have a quorum of councillors. Yes. Okay. Okay, so we're going to call the meeting back to order, and we possibly have a quick motion and a quick release from Councillor Robinson.
Yes, that's correct. So it's item 1.3, EC 1.3, the appointments to the BIAs. And this has been written by staff, and we added to do it prior to the city council meeting so we can work with this, work on this issue quickly. The city council meeting coming up February 7th. And this is also supported by Councillor Mike Cole. And so it's just to work on a governance transition strategy for a BIA in our area. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them, but I'm not going to go into detail.
It's just taking us an extra second to get something on screen. No problem.
Oh, I see. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, they just want to put it up. This is on item number 3. Or no, sorry, is it 3? No, it's 4.
No. Oh, is it 4?
It's 3.
Okay.
It is 3. Sorry about that. It's 3.
Yeah, it is. That's what I thought. Yeah.
Okay, here we are.
Motion.
This is Councillor Robinson's motion. Okay, so Councillor Robinson, it's your intention that we then, so we're pulling those BIAs out of the item, which includes some other BIAs that can be adopted today.
Yeah,
does this motion give effect to that, or do we need to make sure that we're adopting the balance of the boards? Okay.
That's actually a very good question.
Well, I just checked with clerks, and they're going to make sure that in the decision document that that's the way it appears, that these are pulled out.
Perfect.
The
Thank
other
you.
board memberships can be adopted today, and that's the way it will appear in the decision. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Okay. No, thank you for working with staff on that. Do I still have Councillor Ainsley? Oh, no, Councillor Chang's not a member. I can't see Councillor Ainsley on screen, but I'm going to assume he is still here.
can.
I'm here.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
I can
excellent.
see him.
Okay, excellent. I'm down one screen. Okay, councillors, all in favor of the motion? All in favor of the motion? Opposed? Seeing none, that adopts Councillor Robinson's motion. Then you need a vote on the item. And on the item as amended, all in favor? None opposed? That is carried. Thank you, Councillor. That is great. Thank you so much for waiting. Okay, so that takes care of that. And then we can return to item number 5, which was the item that we had all the deputations on this morning. I just want to say before we go, I know we have a long list of folks who have questions for staff. We have some motions coming later on, but I do want to note for people before we get into questions of staff, there is a confidential attachment attached to the item. And so if the questions start to veer there, it's explained in the confidential item why those items are in camera. So if we veer into that area, we will have to go in camera. No one has indicated thus far that they need to go in camera to discuss the specifics of the confidential item. So I'm just going to check right now. Is there anybody who will need to go in camera to discuss those details? Seeing none, then we may not have to. It will simply be a matter of if the questions go there. And we'll let you know immediately if they're going there. Okay, so for questions of staff on item number 5, I'm going to start with non-members. Non-members who have questions of staff. Councillor Chang. I had anticipated Councillor Bravo being here. She probably will eventually be here. I know she has some questions.
Right.
Councillor Perruzza, should I put you down? Okay.
So I think from all the deputations and everything we've heard that a greater coordination is really needed to address everything that's happening. And I see in number 6 that there is a direction for general manager to establish a coordinated regional response to support the arrival of refugee claimants and or asylum seekers, et cetera, et cetera. And I wonder if the same effort should not be made towards homelessness. Oh, you do have a motion tonight. Oh, okay.
Pardon? I'm sorry, I didn't.
Yeah. So yes, what do you think that it would be helpful to have a similar effort to do the same thing, but in a different, I guess, conversation for homelessness?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor, and through the speaker. Coordination, I would say, at the provincial level is badly needed, to bring together the variety of ministries that are associated with programs that leave people vulnerable to homelessness, and that would be a welcome addition to the current environment.
Mm-hmm. And when I think about our efforts I think for everything we're doing right now, we're in emergency mode. So emergency means large scale and not necessarily sustainable, with often some negative impacts, both for people being housed as well as the surrounding community. And I wonder, what would be the ideal relationship in terms of building capacity of local charities that provide similar supports? And often they're just working, they get more bang for their buck, I think, but they are struggling for resources to build capacity. And so if we were intentional about resourcing those charities or not-for-profits that are doing this same work to be included somehow in our planning and funding portfolio, is that something that could be more sustainable?
Through the speaker to the councillor. So, you know, at a high level, the city works very closely with a whole range of nonprofit organizations. And in fact, about 2/3 of the shelter beds that we have active are delivered by those nonprofit organizations. We also provide a range of grants to nonprofit organizations. I think you may be referring specifically to the refugee specific programming. And in that regard, just in the past year, we have awarded a contract in excess of $1 million to work with some of the refugee houses, very grassroots organizations that connect with refugee claimants and provide that support. The volume of people that we are seeing arriving in the city unfortunately outstrips the capacity of some of those very community-based organizations, but it is our intention to continue to work with them as we move forward.
So I think the key word is community-based, and a lot of times the shelters that pop up in a response to an emergency are not community-based, and then it just becomes very unsustainable in terms of the lack of connection to the local community. And so, when Novotel in my neighborhood was being considered, I just imagined, like, what would the possibility be, and I don't know what that pool of funding that we have is, but kind of like an X where, you're putting out the fire, so a lot of money has to go here, but the goal is to wind it down and then slowly ramp up the capacity of smaller charities to meet that demand, right? And we know that, and I am concerned that of the number that we are aiming for in our budget, and I know we have a budget question.
I would be careful
Yes.
to get your questions asked and do the speeching and preambling as much as possible later, because you'll use up your time to get your answers.
Yes. So is there a funding model that can result in that?
Thanks, Councillor. So, first off, on the refugee-specific file, I'd say it is the feeling of shelter support and housing, and through motions we've had supported by Council, that this is actually the jurisdiction of the federal government and the provincial governments, and so we'd welcome their support to fund directly some of those nonprofit and grassroots organizations. But certainly in the work that we're doing currently, we are connected to the refugee houses and other stakeholders in this work, and look forward to continue working with them.
Thank you.
Okay. And I noticed that some people were looking at the clock. We're now now that we're into committee, we're looking at 5 minutes of question. That's why I did go on. I just wanted to make sure that you had time to get the questions in. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Perruzza says next, and Councillor Bravo, you wanted to be on the list. Okay. Go ahead, Councillor.
Just really a couple of questions. I guess I'm ever since this issue really sort of caught my attention, I've been trying to understand where it's all going, and I can't for the life of me see it. So remind me. So the hotel system houses now about 3,000 people, correct? More or less 2,800, 2,900.
That's correct.
Okay. So we're going into basically our third year of sheltering folks in the hotel system, okay. And just the hotel system on its own is costing us in excess of $300 million a year, correct? Okay. So we will have been sort of at the end of this year. We will have spent well north of $1 billion on sheltering, 2,900 folks in the hotel system, and that's correct, yes?
Yes, Councillor. The only piece of feedback I'd have is, although the total cost for that COVID funding includes grants to our nonprofit organizations that provide the staff.
Fair enough. The wraparound services, and I get that. It's not just all, sort of hotel costs.
That's right.
And I get that. But when you look at the sort of the overall picture, and you say, geez, like over $1 billion, right? in 3 years, and there's really no end to this, because it doesn't look like there's an end to this. So let me ask that question. For example, based on the numbers that you're getting, I read somewhere here where we're expected that this year we'll be housing somewhere in excess of 9,000 people in our shelter system, correct? In the combined system.
That's right.
Not just the hotel. I'm not talking about the hotels now. I'm talking about, okay. And that growth in shelter demand is not something that's ebbing or subsiding. In fact, it's exponentially increasing, correct?
We see demand is remaining high for these services.
So irrespective of all of the other things that we are trying to do on the housing side of the equation, that demand or those numbers will continue to remain very high. And if looking at the sort of the numbers over the last 2, 3, 4 years, specifically, not going back any further, those increases are very dramatic, and they're increases that look like they're going to, that demand is going to stay in place, as you say, and potentially even get bigger than that, correct?
That's why through this staff report, Councillor, we recommend a slow and gradual transition out of these hotel programs.
But that's the part that also worries me as well. The notion of transitioning out and slow, because when you look at the amounts of, when you look at $1 billion builds you 3,000 homes, not beds, homes, right? If you look at, a modest, square foot condo at the $1,000 per square foot cost that they're building today, you build about 3,000 units of housing.
Was there a question in there, Councillor? Because you're running out of time.
Well, my question, Madam Chair.
Yes.
It's 2023.
Yes.
It's the beginning for all of us.
Looking
right?
for a question.
So, just to say that given what we've gone through over the past couple of years, nothing will upset me anymore. So I'm good, okay? So the question was basically, where is, picking up on the word slow, where do you see this all going? Like,
So I think, Councillor, working closely with Abby Bond and her team at the Housing Secretariat, the transitions ideally out of the shelter system and these shelter hotels is into deeply affordable and supportive housing that from a cost perspective is a better long-term investment, that can achieve more dignified results for the individuals.
Okay. More questions on the item. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's to staff. So we heard a lot about 24/7, the need for 24/7 drop-in capacity in Toronto. Given that we understand that some people who will be moved out of shelter hotels and relocated from hotels to shelters, that doesn't always work seamlessly. Would you agree that having kind of like an option of last resort via 24/7 drop-in capacity might help with the transition that we're facing in 2023?
To the councillor through the chair, with any of the closures of these sites, staff work incredibly hard with the provider to set up an individualized plan for each individual. As the report notes, some of those outcomes have been directly into housing with supports. In other cases, those are to other shelters. We currently do have some 24-hour drop-in services that, as one of the deputies has noted, has sort of turned throughout COVID to a more bed-based system. We are looking at transferring back one of the women's drop-ins that runs 24 hours to a more drop-in kind of approach that can provide that kind of support you're referring to.
Thank you. My last question is in Table 1 of Attachment 2 in the report. It includes a non-competitive blanket contract to Practice Health Check for IPAC consultation services for $2 million in 2023. Can you tell us what services are being provided by Practice Health Check, and why are these not services that Toronto Public Health or other city agencies might be able to deliver?
Yes, thanks for the question, Councillor. Practice Health Check is an organization led by an infectious disease physician at North York General Hospital, and the organization was identified to us through our contacts at Toronto Public Health, who, of course, we've been working with very, very closely throughout the pandemic and continue to do so. This firm has hired 12 experts in infection prevention and control, and they've been out in every one of our more than 100 programs to deliver training side by side to thousands of frontline staff. They have written a new IPAC manual that incorporates, some of the distinct issues around COVID-19. They provided consultation during the monkeypox outbreak that we saw, and they continue to be available to us on an as-needed basis, if you will, to provide that hands-on and consultation to ensure that the shelter system is absolutely as safe as possible.
Thanks. I'm a fan of capacity building as a trainer by profession, but I just wanted to check in on one final thing around this, is that in 2022, the original allocation was 1.5 million, and then, you've gone a bit of a ways to explaining how it got to 6.2 million for the year for services, but can you give us a little bit more around why there was more than a 4 million increase there? And can you anticipate if we'd have similar increases in 2023 above and beyond the 2 million that's being allocated here?
So thanks, Councillor. Yes, initially working with the organization, they did some assessments in the field, IPAC assessments, and issued some reports. Quickly we understood that there was a capacity gap, as you said, with the frontline staff who, working in shelters, maybe infection prevention and control, isn't something they cover in their, social work, social service area or elsewhere. And so we recognized fairly quickly that, that hands-on training was going to be essential. So they needed to hire a number of staff to undertake that training. And then, of course, we went through waves and then Omicron, right? And so again, with Omicron, we leaned heavily on this organization to help us ensure that other beds could remain in operation, right? Because that was one of our fears, that we would see an outbreak declared and we would need to stop admissions, and that would just, make the matter worse for people that were wanting to come indoors. For 2023, the contract is in the range of 2.3 million, so we are scaling back from the very height of our work with Practice Health Check, and that training will continue, but they've built our capacity at this point. And so as we go forward, I would see our reliance on an organization like Practice Health Check recede over time. But having that third-party consultant, I think the auditor actually mentioned that was an important aspect, to get that third-party view also of the services and the IPAC practice that's happening in shelters.
I see the medical officer of Health nodding. Did you want to enhance that answer?
No, other than to concur with what Mr. Tanner has said. I think he's actually captured it very nicely, and certainly we made that introduction and are supportive of the course that's been taken by SSHA in respect of using Practice Health Check.
Thank you to both of you.
Did you have any more questions? Okay, so bringing it into committee, I have Councillor Thompson and Councillor Moyes down to ask questions already. Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Robinson, are you going to be asking questions? Councillor Mantis? Okay. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Through you to staff, We used a number of hotels prior to the pandemic, is that correct?
That's correct. Hotels have always provided us an opportunity to expand into when we see a spike in the number of people we need to serve.
Right. As a result of the pandemic, we used more hotels than we had prior, is that correct? Yes or no is suffice?
Yes.
Okay. The necessity and the rationale for us basically using the hotels, one, they had capacity because of COVID. Two, we had a need because of COVID, because that was increased as a result of COVID. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So my question then to you would be, in terms of what we're trying to do, which is transitioning out of the hotel utilization, because more hotels are available because they didn't have clients, we were able to use them, and that was convenient for us because there's a need. We are now seeing a change with respect to the conditions of COVID in our society. We rely on tourism as a big factor in terms of generating economic development in the city. The hotels are utilized for that capacity in terms of welcoming people for the most part, not exclusively. So my question to you is, whether or not we actually put in place a plan to transition out, we would actually be seeing a transition out of the hotels because of the need to be able to rent or to provide hotel capacity to accommodate the change in terms of tourism to the city. Would that be correct?
That's correct. We're seeing some hotel owners make that decision to transfer back to operating hotels.
Right, which is, in as much as you have a need, sorry, we actually have greater needs, and perhaps we can make even more money from the open market in terms of the charges of fees. Right. Okay, I just wanted to address that. So as we now attempt to move forward in trying to address an ongoing need that exists, the challenge that we have is that there seems to be a lot of different parties working in as much as you, Mr. Tanner, through your group SSHA, the work that you do, many other groups and organizations working, and to a lot lesser extent, Ontario Health perhaps could be viewed as being not as in sync. They may disagree, but it just seems that way. Would you agree that there's need for more collaboration as you talk about, and as Councillor Chang had asked about, recommendation 6 on the issue with respect to refugees, but we need that with respect to homelessness? Would you agree that that's a necessity to bring those parties together to work in collaboration to ensure that we can achieve results that's needed, badly needed, quite frankly?
Yes, through to you, Councillor, through the chair, I would agree. Better collaboration with our healthcare partners will benefit us. We've seen it benefit us through the COVID-19 pandemic. A lot of collaboration happening, and there's room to do more of that. Absolutely.
So you and I and Dr. Davila and team have been working on a motion that really seeks to do that. You're in sync with respect to that motion, bringing parties together, in as much as we don't fully detail and delineate all of those who need to be at the table, but in fact ensuring that yourself, Dr. Davila, in terms of consultation, and Ontario Health will be part of that sort of nucleus in terms of putting together that sort of framework, if you will?
Yes, that's correct. We're in sync with that motion. Yes.
Fantastic. Those are my questions, Madam Chair. Thank you, staff.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor, you may want to check in with the clerks while I go on to the next question. I was just looking at some drafts, and there's one advance circulated. I'm wondering if they could be combined.
Madam Chair, I'm actually happy to work in a collaborative way to make sure
We can
things
do it
get
on
done,
the
because
floor.
that's what we want. Absolutely.
Okay, so we'll just
I'm happy to do
pull
that.
them together.
Sure,
Okay.
happy to.
Okay, excellent. And that brings us to Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, through the chair. I have a few questions. The first one's relating to central intake. One of the deputants mentioned that in her submission, I believe she was a social worker, that she waited on central intake line up to 90 minutes. So my question is, first of all, what kind of data are we collecting from that? Is it unique data? Is it people looking for shelter or detox or whatever? And secondly, has there been an increase of staff or support these high volume of calls?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor, and through the chair. Our central intake phone system provides a 24 call line for people who might be experiencing homelessness or have questions about our services to call. We've seen the call volumes there range from about, anywhere between 500 and 1,000 calls per day. Many of those calls are not for shelter, but seeking information about other services that might exist in the community. We have made a considerable investment both in technology and in staffing to the central intake team over the course of the last 2 years, and even just recently added some more caseworkers to answer the calls. We have a target of answering every call under 4 minutes. We don't meet that target on some days. Just recently with these additional staff, we are making that target on some days, which is helpful. We do collect data on the unique individuals that are calling us at central intake, and so we have a range of information that we collect from those interactions.
Okay. Just to pivot a little bit, so again, I asked a similar question to Deputy earlier in regards to even my experience working in the healthcare field, in that we have people coming from across the city looking for shelter and other. So when people go to central intake, do we ask them, for example, how long have they been homeless? How long have you been living in Toronto? Why did you move to the city?
We do a brief intake with them to gather information on why they are seeking our service. We do ask if they're calling from out of town and try to redirect those calls to the appropriate services. The information is limited that we ask at that front end as the staff then go on to see if there's an available shelter bed.
Okay. So in regards to RGI housing availability, it is good that we've increased the number of RGIs in the city. However, since nearly 800 people are entering homelessness each month since summer of 2021, why do we choose 1 in 5 spaces over 1 in 3 spaces?
So your question around the centralized waiting list, and the
RGI
wait list for RGI housing, and I might pass this on to Abby Bond, but the number was 1 in 7 before, and I think this change is 1 in 5 now. Offers that are made would go to somebody with a disadvantaged code who is maybe homeless, but on the background to that, we'd defer to Abby.
Ms. Bond, welcome to the meeting. Did you want to add to that answer?
Yes, thank you. And through you as the chair to the councillor, we have made more available spaces through RGI placements through our My Access Housing TO process that we've initiated this year, which is a choice-based approach to accessing housing. We've increased the number of spaces available for people experiencing homeless and continue to monitor that. In any given year, we're supporting around 2,700 people to access new RGI units, and we'll continue to see how that impacts our shelter numbers and our homelessness numbers.
Okay. And I sort of alluded to this already, but in regards to people who refuse service in encampments and elsewhere in the city, are we keeping track of refusal of service in a separate category?
Yeah, our Streets to Homes team would record whether individuals accept our service or not when we connect with them wherever they're located.
Okay, so are we aware of any number of individuals who have instead chosen to encamp in parks across the city rather than accept shelter or housing referrals?
I think we could look at some of the information that we've gathered and we could share that with you to see what it shows. I'd say, sometimes it does take a number of those encounters with someone before they do accept service.
And as some of the deputants mentioned, you know, that's something that depends on a relationship and over time and perhaps some trust before someone will accept to either come indoors or accept the help of one of our outreach teams.
Okay.
Okay, that's all for now. Thank you.
So that was your last question. If we do need to do a second round, I'm gonna ask. Okay, I have Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I wanted to start by asking about the chart on page 11 of the report. Is the numbers for this chart reflects the number of people that were in the shelters when they were closed? Is that correct?
Yes, Councillor, this would be the number of people that were in the location when we stopped admissions, new admissions to that program. Percentage that achieved each of these outcomes.
Okay, and Mr. Tanner, why would you do percentages in the charts and not actual numbers? Because I found it a bit confusing looking at percentages, and then other parts of the report, the stats came like number of beds, number of people. Why do they have numbers in the charts in percentage and not actual people?
Yeah, we have the numbers. Each one of these properties has a different number of people that would have been residing there. We thought percentages might have been an easier way to look at that, but we can provide you with the raw data on the people as well.
Okay, all right. And then I guess why is it the information being provided to us the occupancy at close of shelter? Like, how do we determine, you know, how, for example, 45 Esplanade, how many people it fully served over the time it was open?
We could gather that information for you. We don't have it in this report, but we could get that for you.
Okay, and so I'm going to use 45 Esplanade again as an example. So, you know, the number crunching that I did on this one, for example, over the amount of time it was open, by my account or math, at the end there was 353 people that spent at least one night at Novotel, and they left for some reason before October 2022. Do we know where those people go or when?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, the shelter system, I mean, people come and go from the shelter system daily, and in some cases we do know where they go, specifically if we're supporting them to move into housing or if we made another kind of referral. But sometimes people don't return over the course of an evening or over the course of several days, and the outcome for those individuals is unknown.
Okay, so if they spend a night at Novotel, for example, 45 Esplanade, when they leave, they don't have to say to you, you know, I found a place to stay, or, you know, thank you for getting me housed somewhere. They just leave. We have no idea where those 353 people went.
That's correct. There's a number of people that leave the shelter system that don't report to us where they've gone, and so that is unknown information to us.
Okay, and then one of the deputants made comments or the 2 meters bed spacing versus the 1.25 that you're going back to. I understand the rationale of trying to get more beds, but why would we go back to a standard that had previously been restricted by, I understand, a law?
Yeah, so through the chair to you, Councillor, you know, before the pandemic, the spacing between beds was 0.75 meters. And, you know, with the pandemic, we, adhering to best public health advice, 2 meters between beds was the optimal spacing required. Last year in April with our council transition report, council asked us to introduce safe and moderate increase in the number of people in our base shelter system. And in September, the fall of this year, the Ministry of Health removed from their guidelines the spacing direction to congregate settings. And so while 2 meters may still be the optimal approach, given the demand for our services and the change in guidelines from the Ministry of Health, we've introduced what we feel is a safe and moderate increase in the number of people in the base shelter system.
Okay, all right. And then on page 14, there was an explicit mention.
That'll be your last question.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. On page 14, there was an explicit mention that the fair wage policy was being used or followed. What's the point of that? Was there a problem with contractors we were using, or why is that explicitly there?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, I think this is just, noting that we're adhering to city policy with respect to the contractors that are included in this report that we're seeking to amend their contract values on.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mantis is next. Councillor Mantis, because we have online participants, you're going to have to speak with your back to Mr. Tanner.
Okay, so going back to Councillor Ainsley's previous question, before the pandemic, did we meet the shelter needs with the amount of beds that we had?
I would say in my experience in working within the department for 17 years, we have always been doing our best to meet the demand for individuals experiencing homeless in the community, and there's been many times when it's been challenging to meet that demand.
So on a given night, do we have people that are still outside that because of capacity, or is it because of choice?
I think that, our teams on the Streets to Homes team connect with people sometimes that are reluctant to come indoors, whether that's a choice they're making or whether that is a symptom of their health challenges or other factors in their life. We certainly understand right now the demand is very high for our services.
So going back now to decreasing the optimal distance from 2 meters to 1.25, would we still meet the challenges and the needs with 1.25?
Councillor, you have to
That's
face
my last
the mic.
question.
Oh, okay. No, but you have to face the mic because
Sorry.
they want to know what the question is in case they like the answer. They want to know what generated it.
Thanks for the question, Councillor, and through the chair, we've introduced that new spacing between beds in a very thorough approach, looking at floor plans, working with our nonprofit organizations to introduce that bed capacity. We've introduced 500 beds, which was our goal, and those beds are open and in full use at this time.
Okay, I have some questions. I see the only other member was Councillor Robinson. Councillor Robinson indicated she had no questions, so I will set the clock on myself. My questions actually follow on what Councillor Mantis was asking, because I'm sort of looking at post-COVID, which thank you very much. There's a link. I wish it was actually highlighted in an attachment. There's a link to Toronto Shelter System past COVID, insights from the pandemic to inform post-pandemic planning. And today it was very interesting. A lot of the deputants were giving similar feedback. Let's just have hotels all the time. Let's have everyone gets a private room. We heard lots in the linked report, lots of feedback on that. And funding is a reality for us, and so that may not be possible. But I'm wondering if we could also sort of reset. We went a considerable way as a city. Your staff doing studies for us back pre-2018 even, and then adopted some things in 2019 about what is really the ideal shelter. If we're going to develop more of them, what do they look like? What's the most advantageous facility? And I'm wondering if you could sort of give us a brief rundown of that and tell us where it's at.
Yes, thanks, Chair. So the shelter design guidelines that we've established and look at as best practice in our experience for the size of a shelter is one that's between perhaps 60 and 80 beds. One that is able to integrate well within a community and connect with and become an asset to that community. Certainly with the pandemic, we took urgent action to move a large number of people into the hotels that were available to us to save lives and achieve the physical distancing that we were needed to achieve. But it is a smaller type of shelter that we would focus on building, such as we did before the pandemic, and even a couple that have opened during, one in your ward.
Yes, yes. And we looked at, for instance, winding down Seton House, which is a very, very large place. We made clear as a council we weren't going to rebuild it in exactly the same model, that we're looking at this new best practice model. Is it still your direction that coming out of COVID, that we want to look to that best practice model, or does council need to redesign it now? Would that best practice model serve us if we had all the funds in the world?
I think that we continue to refine our shelter design guidelines, and we've learned through the pandemic that there are additional features, whether it's HVAC systems and other things that we need to take into consideration. But I think we would stick to that size of a shelter that we had talked about before, with the appropriate wraparound supports, the appropriate accessibility options for people that need them. And if there is a gap, as was identified by, many of our colleagues in the healthcare and emergency departments, what I heard was somewhere for somebody leaving hospital with significant health issues to recover. Mm-hmm. And, I would pose that is perhaps a healthcare intervention that's a gap mm-hmm. in our system. But the guidelines that we have going forward, they're not all single rooms, but we do have some single rooms that we build in each of these new sites, and that's a design standard that we think is still best practice.
And I think, well, you're kind of demonstrating it by who's here today. Everyone from the medical officer of health to CREM sitting at the end of the table. Can we say to people that as we move beyond the crisis years of COVID, we don't get to move beyond COVID itself, but beyond the crisis years of it, that, while we're not perfect, yes, we have silos, but there is an attempt being made to coordinate between what we know in health and the healthcare approach to this, all the way to CREM is sitting here because we know we need to find those sites, we need to develop more modular housing sites, find ideal sites for shelters or ideal properties that can be retrofitted, that's being equally prioritized by all of these divisions that support your efforts.
Yes, Chair, there is a tremendous amount of work underway cross-divisionally at the city and with our healthcare colleagues. There's been a lot of learning and new partnerships developed throughout the pandemic with the healthcare sector specifically, but the support of other divisions such as TPH and our partners at CREM and beyond have been essential to the outcomes that we achieve, and those partnerships are solid, and we continue to work together.
Solid is a good word. I just have one other question, if my members will indulge me. And this goes to the province, and it's a leading question because we've had this conversation really. I'm wondering if you can speak to the province's homeless strategy, because that was raised by the deputies many times today. And I understand from my conversations with you offline that their own provincial auditor general doesn't think it's adequate and has made recommendations to them on their own homelessness strategy. I wonder if you could illuminate us.
Sure. So through you, Chair, there currently is not a provincial strategy on homelessness in Ontario, and there's something that we would desperately think would be beneficial not only for Toronto but communities right across this province. I think Councillor Chang mentioned earlier that the shelter system becomes that catch-all. It's that place where people who've fallen through the cracks of our child welfare system, our immigration system, our developmental services system, and mental health system, they fall into the shelter system, and we desperately need an intergovernmental strategy and across a ministerial strategy to address some of those upstream issues to prevent people from ending up in our shelter system in the first place.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Do councillors need a second round, or can we head into motions and speaking? Councillor Chang? Sure.
This is just, and thank you, through the chair, thank you to the hard work. This is hard work, and it's hard to hear all these stories and know that whatever we do, we can't fully meet all the demands. So I just want to recognize that effort that you're making. I just was looking at the financial impact and curious of the increase from 10.1 million in 2023 to 33.4 million net of HST recoveries in 2024. Is that an increase in growth in service that is expected to happen, or growth in cost?
I'm sorry, Councillor, can you refer me
It's
to
page 4 of 17. So the estimated cost is 10.1 for 2023, and then 33.4 in 2024. Just wondering why the growth there.
Yeah, so thanks for the question. These are for a subset of the contracts that we have in place, and speaks to the contract value we have on those contracts. Within 2023, we still have sufficient room in many of those contracts. In 2024, we'll need to amend those to fill the first several months before we report back, which is our plan in April of 2024.
And would the rates that the hotels are charging increase because now the hotel rooms are now competitive and wanted versus during pandemic, maybe the price of they were willing to settle for a much lower cost? Was that also happening?
There's been some marginal increases in the cost of food, in the cost of some of the hotels. This report asks us and our colleagues in CREM actually to ensure that we are keeping within an appropriate budget for these things. They're not going up astronomically, but there has been some increases. I can tell you, sorry, from our CREM colleagues, 14% increase in nightly room rates across the whole portfolio.
Through the chair, just to supplement that, I believe, and Gord, you can confirm this, the $10 million, that does not include much of the cost in 2023. That's a contract amendment. So much of the cost is not included in that $10 million.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. And then the other question I have is, this report is about building capacity for a transition, but that transition is about a population that is fixed. But we know that, or we don't know, what the actual growth of population is. So I guess I'm wondering, is it possible that as the growth pressures increase externally, that this transitional plan then just becomes a permanent plan of maintenance because of the external factors? So as the number of people experiencing homelessness goes up, we will not have maybe no choice but to just keep maintaining the remaining hotel shelters indefinitely as an important part of this puzzle that we're trying to put together.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor. So, as noted earlier, we've always relied on hotels in one capacity or another to allow us to meet demands or fluctuations in demand from families, from singles, from, right now, refugee claimants that are arriving in very large numbers. I think we'll be reporting back later in the year with an update to our capital infrastructure strategy. If the demand continues, we will be looking at longer term solutions that might be more cost effective, whether it's new shelters or other pieces in our future.
I look forward to chatting more about that. Thank you.
If I could just augment as well, I think through the chair, it's important for us to move away from the current strategy. It is not cost effective and something that we definitely have to move towards as a team. So we will be working together on that.
So yeah, I think the challenge is that it's always a raging fire. So it's easy to direct all our resources to the raging fire, and harder for us then to direct resource to the slower ramp that is required to build sustainable solutions. So trying to find that balance. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, just commenting.
Save that for your speech.
Okay, thank you.
During questions, it's question period, not comment period.
Yes. I will learn the skill.
Prime Minister Chrétien once famously said. So when we get there, then it's frustrating.
Yes.
But that's when you then respond to what you've heard.
Thank you. Thank you.
Otherwise, people run out of time. Okay, and that being said, and unless there is anyone else who needed that second round, we can go to speakers.
Shelley?
Yeah. You did have more questions?
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor
Couple
Thompson.
more. Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Mr. Tanner. Mr. Tanner, how much did we spend last year on shelter support and housing for the homeless population?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, close to $670 million.
What's the budget for 2023?
Our proposed budget to council is $707 million.
So $1.2 billion in terms of the combined 2 years?
That would be correct.
Okay. With respect to an individual who is on the streets of Toronto and is homeless and needs shelter, and they're, let's say, sleeping on a grate, what is the authority to affect that person? Can that person be removed from the grate by the police or perhaps our outreach workers and so on? And I'm just wondering, sort of on a jurisdictional, a legal perspective, what's the authority? And I ask this question because so many people have asked me the question about why can we not just remove that person from the street? So I wanted to maybe just to ask for clarification on that. So if it's not you or maybe the Deputy City Manager, Cook, and whoever wishes to answer, and then to add on to that, please.
Sure. So through you, Madam Chair, the police have no authority to remove an individual who's not committing a criminal offense.
Right.
And being homeless, despite the fact people sometimes characterize our actions as criminalizing the homeless, we do not do that.
Right.
Individuals have a freedom of right. There's a charter that speaks to that. So,
right.
Certainly when we deal with encampments, we deal with the materials that may be positioned on a right of way, and then we would use the streets and sidewalks bylaw to enforce if necessary. If the sidewalk is being obstructed and it is posing a public safety risk for pedestrians and others, then there's a conversation to be had about how we address that safety concern. But there is in no way, shape, or form does anybody have a right to arrest and remove somebody for simply sleeping on a grate.
So let's be very clear. I'm not advocating for it firstly. I'm just telling you that that's what's being asked of me, and a number of folks have reached out. I just wanted for you to state that clearly, because that's what I've indicated. Because as you pointed out, rightfully so, being homeless is not a crime. It's a condition that we're trying to resolve.
Yes, sir. And through you, Madam Chair, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms applies to every single individual.
Of course.
Whether they have a home or they do not. And that is what guides all actions that are taken, whether it be by the city, the Toronto Police Service, or anybody else in that regard. So you are absolutely correct.
Super. Those are my questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And Councillor Thompson, I'm going to suggest that you go first in speaking, because I know you have you have a time constraint later on. So I'm going to set up the speakers list, and I'm going to put you at the top of it. Councillor Brutz and Councillor Chang as non-members, did you want to speak? Yes. So, yes, and Councillor Chang has a motion, and I'll be moving it on her behalf. And I'll explain this. If there are new councillors listening in their offices, they'll learn this at the same time. The chair is going to move that motion on your behalf, but you can speak to it and say, I've prepared a motion that will be moved on my behalf by the chair, and then you can speak to the motion. And that helps me, because later on, if people have questions on the motion, they have to ask them of the mover, which can get a little awkward.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Chair?
Just
Or
a point of-
Mr. Chair Emeritus?
Former- Yes, thank you. Just as a point of
I
order.
like emeritus better.
Just a point of order. I'm okay not to speak first in that the protocol can be followed so that my colleagues who
Yeah,
are non-members, but I just want to make sure I need to leave by 3:30. And I think based on the time now, I
Okay.
think I'm okay.
Yeah, I think we'll be okay, because I think there are only a couple here of non-members, unless Councillor Bravo returns, which is possible. So Councillor Chang, Councillor Perruzza, did you want to be on the list for this item? Okay. So Councillor Chang, go ahead. Councillor Chang, Perruzza, and then Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I will be moving a motion, and the reason for this motion is I would like to look at how we expand capacity in a long-term sustainable way. Last year, as you know, 82,000 refugee claimants arrived in Canada. It's estimated 20% landed in Toronto, and currently a third of our shelter system is being used to house refugees. So this is a fire that we're constantly now trying to mitigate. And creating emergency shelter capacity is never going to result in a best solution. So I'm trying to figure out how do we create an on-ramp for building capacity. And while, you know, we create our own systems that we often find other people to run for us, community-based solutions, I think, are the most sustainable and the most welcomed by the neighborhoods. So my hope is that, you know, as we look at the global instability, economic instability, as well as the climate change that's happening, I don't think that we're going to see a decrease in refugee claimants arriving at our borders. And in that, we should be intentionally building capacity. And I know that we want all these other service providers to directly ask of the federal government, but to me, some of them are quite small in terms of their operational capacity, and it's not a coordinated ask. The federal government probably would facilitate their funding if we were able to make one big ask for what is needed for Toronto to work and support the influx. So, do I read my motion, or you're, no, I don't do it. Okay, so I'm not reading a motion.
I'll have to read it
I don't
in
have
its
a motion.
entirety when I move it, but the clerks have been helpful enough to put it on the screen,
Yes,
so that while
yes.
you're talking about it, they sort of get where you're going.
Okay, great. Yeah, so the hope is we can, I'm just hoping that we can build long-term sustainable capacity with community-based solutions. There is a coalition of organizations that support refugee claimants with housing, emergency housing, and I have visited some of these. I think they're a great solution, and I'm hoping that we can explore how we work with them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'll be moving that with my motions. Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, you know, this issue obviously got my attention, and specifically the hotel shelter services. It's true what Councillor Thompson was asking. Have we housed, have we sheltered individuals in our motel system in the past? Yes, we have, as an add-on to the system. Have we, on any given year, done other things to ensure that anyone who wanted to be sheltered could be sheltered? And have we always been able to get everyone a shelter? Mr. Tanner said it. No, the answer is no. But have we, for example, opened Metro Hall and sheltered people at Metro Hall when we have needed to? Yes, we have. We have done that. But now, my worry and fear is this. And it's basically articulated by some of the folks and some of the people that came to speak to the committee today. There wasn't, I don't believe, at least all the people that I heard, wasn't a single person here that came to speak to us today that said that there should be a reduction in shelter space. Not a single one. And I agree with that, 100%. In fact, we should do better to catch up and ensure that everyone who needs shelter gets shelter. But the quick fix hotel sheltering system that has all of a sudden ballooned, and I get it, COVID, it's difficult. It's been a difficult time for all of us. I'm still shell-shocked from COVID. Oh, you know, I'm still like, but it's 2023. I'm going to, you know, turn the page on it and hopefully move away from all of that. But what the hotel system is doing, and what it will do in a few short years, is it will drain any capacity that we might otherwise have to actually expand our shelter system, to do what Councillor Chang wants us to do or is suggesting we do. Because all of the questions that I've been asking and all of the information that we have in front of us today, not a single sentence in there suggests that there's a plan going forward that actually expands a sustainable shelter system that we will be able to manage going forward. And that's the question we've been asking, and that's the answer we haven't been getting. Sure, was I upset when the Auditor General looked at the hotel system and looked at some specific places and indicated that people were gouging us, the hotels were absolutely gouging us, and that we were facing expenses that no one ever contemplated that we would need to face, or that we were paying rates basically at market rates. That's what the Auditor General said. And that's why the system levels off at $92,000, $93,000 per individual that we shelter in our hotel system per year. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. And for us to sit here and put blinkers on in the face of that is irresponsible. So that's what we need. We need a plan going forward that says that we take the bulk of these resources, because we have an opportunity here. We have a real window of opportunity to take these monies and develop that system that Councillor Chang is talking about, so that not only do we expand capacity, because we're going to need 9,000 beds or 10,000, we should be planning for 10 or 11 or 12. That's what our plan should call for, so that we don't turn anyone away. But we should be shutting this system down, and slow isn't going to cut it. Because every single minute that we spend in excess of where we otherwise could in this system drains our capacity to do something more meaningful. That's the plan that those are the questions that I've been asking. That's it. But I still don't see it here. I get it. I understand it. I'm not, new at this. I get it. It's complicated. And it's difficult, because it's about us as humans and how we deal with and treat other human beings. That's always difficult. But we need a better way forward, and this isn't it. This is not sustainable.
Those are your comments? Thank you, Councillor. I actually bumped into the terminal at one point, but you were still right on time, about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Well, I was counting the seconds in my own head.
Okay.
Chair, and I irked you early on.
I don't see any of the non-member councillors. I thought Councillor Bravo was returning, but I don't see her here, so we're going to take it into committee. Councillor Moise, are you going to want to speak after Councillor Thompson? Councillor Mantis, do you want to wish to speak? Okay. So I have Moise, Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Robinson, will you be wishing to speak? Okay. So I'll put myself last. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I have a motion. We had agreed that perhaps yours and mine was similar but dissimilar in its
Still both
nature, but still in a sort of combined effort to address the same particular issues and so on. So the motion reads, I don't know if it's on the screen, that City Council direct the General Manager, Shelter Support and Housing Administration in consultation with the Medical Officer of Health and the Executive Director of Social Development Finance Administration to establish a working group with Ontario Health to collaborate on approaches to support individuals experiencing homelessness who move between hospitals and shelter, including those accessing emergency departments and having challenges accessing appropriate shelters, housing, or healthcare. And we heard that throughout this morning, and I've worked with Mr. Tanner, Dr. Davila, in order to basically come up with this directive and so on. And I know it doesn't get into sort of the weeds of exactly who should be involved and so on, but I think the fact that Ontario Health is involved is a good thing in terms of expanding the reach in terms of those areas of, where we could reach out to people to affect change. Let me then say and turn my attention to the staff and thank Mr. Tanner and his team, Dr. Davila, and so many people who are trying to make a difference and so on. Ms. Campbell as well and her team and all the work, and of course, Deputy City Manager Cook, and obviously everyone else, and you, Madam Chair, and the mayor and everybody who's working, trying to address this. It's a huge issue that's not unique to Toronto. We have in our report, we talk about San Francisco, Los Angeles, and others. The mayor and I, we were in Los Angeles last summer, or last spring, and you saw, just like on boulevards and on the streets, like campers, trailers, it's all there. Like, there were no hiding it. There were encampments right in front of you and so on, and it continues to be a problem. And I remember many years ago going to San Francisco, probably 25 years ago, and at the hotel they told me, don't go this direction, because if you go that direction, there's a homeless encampment and can't guarantee your safety. Of course I went that direction, saw it for myself, and it was my first real exposure because Toronto wasn't the similar situation at the time. Nonetheless, it's a problem, and we've heard from people saying, we can do more. What needs to be done is more collaboration, more coordination, and so on. We're spending a lot of money. Mr. Tanner has sort of indicated sort of between last year and this year, we'll be spending in excess of $1.2 billion or thereabout on this very, problematic issue to address issues around maybe 9,000, maybe 10,000, maybe we don't even fully know what the real number is, but that is a significant sum of funds that, we're spending, and we don't have the sustainable benefits associated with that because the shelters that we're spending it on are not ours. They're temporary. They're not long-term. It's just not sustainable. We can't continue to make this kind of investment when we don't have the benefit of long-term solutions to affect the problem and so on. And God knows every one of us want to help. I mean, in as much as I hear people say things like, the city's not doing anything, I know that not to be true, quite frankly. It's a general statement that people tend to make. We're doing a lot. And when one person dies, I think every one of us is affected, whether or not we know that person or not, because we're not that kind of city. We're a city of heart. And I know that we do care and so on. So it's really important for us to do more, but we need to get, through the questions I think you asked, Madam Chair, about the provincial government, what is their strategy with respect to homelessness? Well, absolutely, there isn't one. It's left to all of us to kind of come up with that. But I think we need to collaborate and work together. I don't believe the province is heartless. I don't believe the province is uninterested in finding a solution. In fact, I believe the Premier and others are interested in finding solutions. It's a matter of how we work together and so on. I know that the mayor has been steadfast in wanting to provide solutions and so on. So as we work through these types of situations, we're always having to refine and coming up with new ways and perhaps things that we may have overlooked in the past. I'm hoping that this motion will help us in collaboration with your motion, Madam Chair, to bring the parties together. And that has to happen quickly. It can't continue to be left for next year or next year or next year after that and so on, because the problem continues to be a major, major challenge. And I know it's complex, it's not easy. And so I offer this suggestion so that we can bring parties together to bring about the changes that's necessary in order to sustain this from a long-term perspective. And again, we won't eliminate it altogether, but we will resolve a good part of it. And I think that's a good step forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thanks for that motion. Okay, that's Councillor Thompson. Councillor Moyes?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Before I start the clock, I do have this third motion. Is it part of it or is it separate? The one that we spoke about earlier? I mean, it's all kind of related, but it was a standalone motion.
Oh, that's your new item, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're going to treat it as a separate item.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. So I do have two motions here, which I think you have. You could put on the screen if you like, and I'll read them out. Okay. So the first one says, City Council direct the General Manager of SSHA to work with regional Greater Toronto Hamilton area partners to establish a coordinated regional response to support homelessness and underhoused individuals in their local communities, and to work with the federal and provincial government to provide funding for this purpose. And the second one, City Council direct the General Manager of SSHA to send a letter to the Ontario Ministry of Health and Associate Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, requesting more funding for mental health services, crisis beds, withdrawal management services, and treatment programs for people experiencing homelessness in order to properly serve the expansion of the City of Toronto's shelter and bed capacity, and ensure that the city can work with partners to provide necessary health, mental health, and harm reduction supports to individuals staying in shelter, and to coordinate these supports as they move through the shelter and housing system. So as I alluded to earlier, through questions to staff and also to some of the deputants, is that I think, we need to not work in silos as we have been. We have to look beyond our borders. We know that a percentage of people who come into the city looking for supports, be it, mental health or addiction supports or housing, they come here because the services are here. We know that people are most successful when they actually live in their communities, close to friends and family and resources that they know. And so I think, I know the mayor himself, usually speak to his counterparts across the GTHA, advocating for more resources around housing and supports like that. But I think, as we need to take multi-pronged approaches. I wish we were on AMO to actually talk to our councillor counterparts to talk about these things, because like Toronto, the mayor only has one vote. And I think, we need to take a multi-pronged approach to deal with some of these issues. So I'm hoping these two motions will help build that gap and look at this, deal with this beyond our own borders and advocate for people and where they live. So I'm going to stop there for now.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any questions of the mover on those motions? We're good? Okay. I have Councillor Ainsley next. Councillor Ainsley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a motion that I would like to move, if I can have it put up on the screen. It does. It comes in 4 parts. I'm not going to read the whole thing. The first part is just asking staff to develop housing plans so that clients don't return back to shelters, that it be done with relocation to housing. The second part is asking for a report on the feasibility of obtaining more rent supplement housing allowances to assist in transitioning shelter clients to housing. The third part is asking staff to consider if we're going to have the ongoing use of shelter hotels to provide single room occupancy unless there is a couple that's looking for shelter. And the last part talks about asking staff to audit shelter/hotel operations, examining health and safety, harm reduction practices, food quality, bed checks, COVID infection control practices, and report back to this committee in the second quarter of 2023. So that's my motion in 4 parts. I'm asking everybody to support it. I think it covers a lot of the comments and concerns and overall questions that were raised by the deputants this morning. I would like to thank all of the deputants for taking their time to come in this morning, early afternoon, and making their concerns known to us. I think trying to solve the housing crisis in this city, it's a partnership. It's a partnership between our staff, us as councillors who represent the areas across the city, many of the people that work in the healthcare sector that were here being represented this morning, those working with people that are homeless. You know, if you look, we run a system with about 9,000 beds. There was numbers talked about this morning. There's probably close to 18,000 people that are homeless in the city are looking for shelter. We talked about the respite centers that were available pre-COVID, where people could get access to low barrier access to a bed. They could go in, shower, use other services on a short-term basis if they didn't want to stay there overnight. I think there's many different avenues that we can work on as we deal with this ongoing shelter crisis, homelessness crisis in the city of Toronto. But I think these are 4 prongs or 4 methods that I think will go a long way in helping to address it. Thank you.
Councillor, I'm going to have some questions on your motion. Does anybody else have questions on the motion? My question is, hang on a sec, let me reset so I can police myself. Yeah, he will have to answer the question. I'm hoping he's happy to answer the question. Councillor Ainsley?
Sorry, yes.
Yes, sorry, I was just answering a sidebar there.
Sorry, there was an echo in the room. I wasn't sure if it was you or somebody heckling you.
Twas the latter. In part 1 of your motion, I'm just interested, you're giving the ED the opportunity to consider and report back, all except for number 1. And number 1 asks them to start right now to develop a plan that really changes. It's very contradictory to the report here. I'm wondering if you would consider a change so that all 4 parts could be reported back on. Because we have no idea of the feasibility of part 1. Pardon?
Yeah, all 4 parts reported back in the second quarter of 2023.
Oh, okay. So that was your intention in motion number 1?
Yes.
Okay. In that case, I can support it. If he can come back reporting on the feasibility of it and what would be entailed, that would be helpful. I will simply then check with clerks on how we need to do that. Staff are just highlighting for me, similar in part 4. Part 4 is to take immediate action. And the reason I ask these questions is we're taking immediate action, we're spending resources, which means these motions might not survive council. Would you be interested in the 4-part plan all being reported back on so that staff can tell us what it would cost to do these things?
I'm comfortable with that, Madam Chair. It was my understanding from emails that I had back and forth that that staff were already undertaking this work. I'm simply asking for them to report back on the work.
Yes, we do understand that you work with staff. However, their understanding, from what I'm understanding in the room, there's some we're trying to accommodate the motion. And so all of these things, you know, we have to get through the budget process in this quarter. All of these things could be accommodated with probably more valuable information if we could report back on it as a 4-part plan and leave it until the third quarter.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
If staff are more comfortable with that, I'm fine with that.
Okay, fantastic. Then we're going to have to just do a little work on the wording. Shall I stand it down then? Or do you think you can do it on the fly? We're really asking a lot.
Yeah. And as I said, Madam Chair, I'm fine with that. I'm just,
Yes.
you know, as we speak, I'm just trying to hunt through my emails from today because I did receive an email saying that staff were already undergoing, I already had this work ongoing.
Yes.
And my response back was, that's great. So I would just like it formalized and a report back on it then.
Yes, so this will align more perfectly with their timing. And I think for the wording changes that are needed, the clerk is suggesting she's simply going to add a preamble that all of these things are reported back on. Their feasibility is reported back on in the third quarter, which some will of course already be done, and some will be things that they need to report back on in order to proceed. And I think that accommodates
so you're
the
asking,
motion.
So instead of second quarter that staff agreed to, you're saying third quarter?
Yes. And I think there are further questions for you. So hang on a second.
Okay.
Councillor Thompson, was it a question of the mover?
It's a question. I'm going to ask a question on behalf of Councillor Chang because she's not a member of committee. So
oh, yes.
That's a question for her. The councillor was curious as to whether or not we could add a few other specific items, such as impact on neighborhood, community, security policing, and all of those additional costs that is as a result of the shelter system incorporate or being placed in a specific community, and wondered aloud whether or not those are some of the things that we should be looking at auditing as well.
I wonder, we're trying to be as accommodating as possible, but without knowing, because if we're veering into impacts on other divisions, agencies, and boards, that's information that's not available.
Maybe that
So I'm wondering if this motion is adopted today, then there's time to simply have a meeting with the staff member to work on whether or not that's information that could be included. If it's the kind of thing that's available to him, then it's easy to accommodate. Sometimes getting information from the police
or perhaps a member's
is a
motion.
whole different procedural path.
But sometimes the possibility of as a member's motion could actually be brought forward to ask those larger questions, and staff could look into that as well. So
yeah, and they would be referred to this report at that time. Yeah. Okay, that's probably the best way to go. So.
I agree.
Yeah, it is your motion after all. So, Madam Clerk.
I will amend everything after, but I put it at the top and then that feasibility and to consider.
Yes. Well, a big applause for our clerk here, because we've done it, Councillor Ainsley. Your motion is on the screen now. I don't know if you can see the screen, Councillor Ainsley, but we now have the preamble that dates this and then changes the wording. So all of these things will be reported on and considered. But you'll be able to talk to the feasibility of them as opposed to being required to take immediate action where it's not feasible. Yeah.
Okay, and sorry, I can't see the bottom. I can't see the last line.
Yeah, there are some bits of refining. The second quarter at the bottom of the page, the preamble takes precedent at the top. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Given that our intention is clear at the top, then if there is some need to mildly wordsmith by the time this appears before council as something that we have moved, that'll be cleaned up. Good catch. Thanks, folks. Okay.
I think Councillor Robinson had a question for me.
I've got a question.
Oh, is it a question? Councillor Robinson, go ahead.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. I'm just not clear on number 3, what your intent is with number 3. Do you mean, so the staff have recommended in the report to extend some hotels. So are you saying within that context to provide single occupancy? Or are you suggesting other hotels or more hotels? Or what's your intent?
The intent, Councillor Robinson, is that if they're using a hotel as a shelter, to consider prioritizing single room occupancy unless a couple, however you want to define couple, needs a room.
Okay, so you're doing it within the context of the staff report. Is that the idea?
Yes.
Just you're saying this, you're proposing what should be prioritized within the context.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And I think that's it for questions of that motion, and Councillor Ainsley has moved it, which takes us down to Councillor Mantas. Did you need to speak? Councillor Robinson, you don't need to speak. Okay. So I'm going to go last, and I do have some motions to move. The first motion. You could put the one about the Provincial Auditor General on first in my advanced circulations. And I want people to note as I read this, I am reading word for word a recommendation that the Provincial Auditor General gave to the Premier and his caucus. The City Council requests the Province of Ontario immediately implement recommendation number 1 from his AG of Ontario's Value for Money Homelessness Report to take a more coordinated and cohesive action-oriented approach to preventing and reducing homelessness in Ontario. We recommend that the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing take a lead role in collaboration with other ministries that fund or directly provide services and supports to people who are homeless or at risk of homelessness in developing a provincial strategy with specific actions, targets, and timelines to collectively aim to address the issues that contribute to homelessness. That was their own AG's recommendation. I'm just asking them to respond to it. My second motion is really just taking carriage of the motions that Councillor Cheng would love to have before Council. That City Council requests the Executive Director of Social Development, Finance and Admin, in consultation with the General Manager, SSHA, to explore creating a granting pathway to fund local service organizations that provide emergency housing support for refugee claimants in order to create additional capacity outside of the city shelter system. And 2, that City Council requests that the federal and provincial governments provide funding to local service organizations that provide emergency housing support for refugee claimants in order to create additional capacity outside of the city shelter system. So, councillors, before I even speak to those motions, I want to start my comments today by thanking all of the divisions that have been so focused and so, trying to land a plane even while they're building it in midair in terms of addressing this crisis for a long time now. I thank the Medical Officer of Health for taking time to be with us for the long consideration of this item today. Mr. Matozo is here because, just finding the places to put the capacity we need is a constant thing. And of course, Mr. Tanner and everyone in his division, because there may have been times today when it felt like people were coming because they didn't think what's going on in your system. But you have 17 years under your belt, as you mentioned earlier, and this has been a tough hands-on emergency for the last few years. So I know that you know in a very physical way what's up out there. It is a struggle what happens when people show up in an emergency ward. My own experience from a family member of mine is a lot of our response to the homelessness came from the fact that they were showing up at COVID assessment centers. And those folks were figuring out, okay, now what do we do with this person? So much has gone into this, all of it in an emergency way. And I know it sometimes feels like it's a random exercise to the advocate community out there. But I know the struggle that's been going on and the number of people that have been involved in it. And so I want to thank you all for that. It's staff that brought to my attention this recommendation at the top of a very lengthy report. The Provincial Auditor General is saying to this government, you need a homelessness strategy. You need to have one, because we aren't the only ones dealing with this now. Perhaps the only reason Councillor Moyse asked a deputant how many are coming from out of town, and she said it's probably not perhaps what it once was, only because everyone has this problem, and so there are some shelters popping up in outlying municipalities and food banks and all the rest of it. They're all having the impacts, and so Ontario-wide, it's almost criminal that they don't have a real cohesive strategy that would inform their entire government and then begin to trickle down through us. We don't mind to be the deliverer as long as we're being appreciated by all three orders of government. And it's my own view that the way it's supposed to work actually does make policy sense. We all agree that homelessness is a health issue. It very quickly becomes a health issue and a mental wellness issue, which is why we've, historically had the idea that the federal government, who is bringing people from refugee claimant regions, should really fund and be looking after the refugee system. Homelessness, because it is such a health issue, the province should be much more actively involved in it and actually working with municipalities to make sure that it gets addressed. I don't mind that division of responsibility, but if one underfunds and the other just plain abdicates the responsibility altogether, here we are trying to manage it. And we do want to get back to the strategy that we knew. I'm the benefactor of the strategy that we adopted pre-COVID. It's unusual to have a permanent shelter constructed in the suburbs. Up in the area I represent, we've had some in the area that Councillor Ainsley represents, the Kingston Road area, for a long time, but not where I am. And yet, using the tools that were used to open Placer Court were the ones that Council heard in 2019 from staff, and that actually made it something in the community that the community's okay with. So we know that the best practice we want to be doing works, and we need to get back to that. And I think if we did, and we started to provide the range, I think our advocate community would be okay with that. And as much as that report that's linked on page 9 tells you that they really like those hotel rooms with the door I can lock behind me, even with that amount of privacy, 300 plus people in one building with a range of issues, health, mental health and wellness, and coming from situations of abuse with perhaps the abuser coming and going. These are all things that are much better dealt with if we're using that best practice model that we adopted, that we heard and we all adopted as council would be a better way to do this. A building with 300 plus people coming and going is not a place where you can support and take someone who is homeless, perhaps a recurring homelessness client of the city, and turn them into a person who's ready for housing and becomes permanently able to be housed, re-employed, get on with their lives. It's very hard to do that in a building where a small support staff is trying to address it and 300 plus people, which is why I think we have to get around a table with the province. The province has to start to have a strategy and understand homelessness, all the roots of it, and what we know about it as the largest deliverer of a shelter housing support admin department in the country. We have a lot to help them to learn if they want to hear from Mr. Tanner. The motions from Councillor Chang, I'm happy to move them because we learned today, you heard from some of the NGOs in the city and advocacy groups that are helping, the Toronto Shelter Support Network and the Alliance and all of them. You heard from all of them. But how they interact with the volunteer community, how they go forward to grant. Often the criticism we hear, and we didn't hear it today, but I think it's because we were hearing from the larger groups. Often how we hear from them is, I can't get a grant. And so drawing attention to it today, I think will really help. That's a bit of a long go, but having heard from the community for almost 3 hours, I think we had to wrap it up somehow. And so I spoke to both Councillor Chang's work and my own and staff's, because it was them that found that Auditor General recommendation. So I think now what we can do is go through the motions. Councillors, do we need to record any of them, or are we able to vote on them fairly quickly in order of
Sorry, Madam Chair.
Yep.
Madam Chair. Sorry,
Yes.
I had a question about your motion that you're moving on behalf of Councillor
Oh, sorry.
Chang,
Yes.
asking for funding for community organizations.
Yes.
It sounds to me very similar to what the Out of Coal program was.
Well, I don't know if you notice, really what she's asking, it's the first motion is about the city exploring what they could do in that area. I don't know if you remember back to when she spoke, the one that asked the feds and the province to look at this is really a matter of the small groups that were doing it are asking the federal and provincial individually. This is the city saying, yes, you should be doing that, because we are not a bottomless pit of money. And so if an organization is ready and has the capacity, this motion asks them to, the city's really endorsing those asks by moving this motion.
Okay, but
Yeah.
but this isn't recreating the intent is not to recreate the Out of the Coal program.
No, motion number 1 is about exploring creating a granting pathway, and as you know, our financial guidelines are such that if one was going to be created, it would have to come back to the committee.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, great, yeah. So in terms of moving the motion, do we need to record any votes, or can we simply go through the motions given the length of the meeting, or can we just quickly go through them in order as moved? Everyone's okay with that?
Yep.
I don't know that that's possible anymore. Clerks, because we're so digitized in the way they get posted, I don't know if they'll let us take them as a package.
Preferences for
Yes, that's a good preference. I like that preference. There is a preference that the community can see what's going on by watching this meeting. And if we vote on them each, they'll see what we're voting on as it goes by. But if we're not recording, it shouldn't take too long. Okay, so the first motion was moved by Councillor Thompson. All in favor of that motion? Opposed? Seeing none, that carries. Oh, I still haven't got them all up here. I'm trying to refresh. Okay. Councillor Moises' motion. It's posted on the screen. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And this is the second motion. Some letter writing. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Councillor Agency's motion as amended. You can see the amendment at the top. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Chair's motion, motion number 1. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And then we just have, yeah. And then these motions I'm taking carriage for Councillor Chang. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And item is amended. All in favor? So what we can record is that they were all unanimous. That's a great statement to council. Thank you, councillors. Okay, we, I believe, have item number 6 left.
Can I move my?
And then 9, the added item from Councillor Ainsley, yes. Oh, it's from Councillor Moyes. Sorry, I keep mixing it up because you were both working on the same issue. Sorry about that.
I can move this quickly if you like.
No, we have to do number 6 first, which is council's transmittal of a motion from Councillor Perruzza. Any questions of staff, Councillor Perruzza? Okay, any questions on the item of staff? Seeing none, did you wish to speak to it, Councillor Perruzza?
You know what, Madam Chair, lumping it together with the previous item would have been just as good. So I think fewer words in this case is better than more words. We're good?
Okay, okay. So I don't know, I noticed you don't have your portal there. It's my intention to refer it, because we do have reports coming back. My intention was to go next speaking and to refer this item to the general manager of SSHA, because this information can be included there. And you have a lot of your motions addressed in that report that's linked in page 9 on item 5. The feedback from the community itself, which is very much lessons learned from the hotels. Yeah.
So what happens in that case? So the report doesn't come to council?
No, at first it goes to staff for consideration, and then he'll report back on it at a later date.
Do we have any indication on what date that would be? I know we're going to go slow, but how slow are we going to go?
So, can I just ask, have you read the feedback report that's linked in item number 5?
I did, ma'am.
Oh, okay, excellent. So if you've read that report on page 9, you know we have the user perspective and some of the staff perspective. The motions that we've moved in item number 5 and the actions that are going to be taken coming back will inform us. And they're coming back at regular intervals. For instance, the motion brings a report back in the 3rd quarter of this year. So we're going to continue to be informed on the hotel program. So in the very next report back, he can bring back the feedback you're looking for. Yeah. Okay. Are there any other speakers to item number 6? Okay, so in putting myself on the speakers list, that's my intention, that we refer this item to the general manager of Shelter Support, Housing and Admin, and we'll hear back further when it comes back. Okay, so it's on the screen. Do I still have 4? Yes, I have Councillor Ainsley and Councillor Robinson on the air. I can't see their faces right now, so I keep forgetting they're there for quorum. All in favor? Opposed?
Still
that
here.
is carried. Excellent. I closed out one of my screens, so you guys keep disappearing for me. Okay, and I will keep you posted, Councillor Perruzza.
No, I'll keep myself posted, Madam Chair. Don't worry.
Okay.
I don't need you to do that for me.
I'm happy to.
The item that was labeled, I forget the hens.
Yes.
I held that down. You want me? I'll release that.
Oh, yes, you indicated to clerks earlier that you could release it, so we released it before lunch.
So you did it?
the
Oh,
staff
okay.
wouldn't have to come. Thank you for that.
You're doing the business.
Thank you. Thanks for that. Okay. So, councillors, we just have that item of new business, item number 9, which was introduced by Councillor Moyes. Councillor Moyes, would you like to speak to it?
I will. I'll be very quick, actually. I know it's been a long day. So if it's up on the screen, and it reads, the Economic and Community Development Committee directs the General Manager, SSHA, to review all policies and procedures related to the opening and operations of emergency warming centers and report back at the April 25th, 2023 meeting with recommendations on improvements that can be made, including opening centers more proactively and reinvesting in community outreach programs such as Out of the Cold, which could reduce the pressures on city facilities. And the second point here, the Economic and Community Development Committee direct the General Manager, Shelter Support and Housing Administration to continue to use their discretion that takes into account all weather conditions when it comes to opening warming centers, not solely predicated on an emergency cold weather alert being issued while this report is being prepared.
Yeah.
So I think the recommendations speak for itself. I know that there's some tension around the out of the cold statement here, but you know what? I think that is part of the bigger problem we're trying to solve here. I know when I was in the hospital, out of the cold shelters were full almost every night. So it actually got people out from the street and into warm spaces. It's not perfect, but you know, it's something that actually fills the gap while we deal with a bigger issue around underhouse and homelessness. I'll stop there for now.
Okay. Are there any other speakers to that motion? Councillor Ainsley.
Yeah, I do, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair. I do have an amendment that I would like to move, or an additional motion, if I can have it on the screen. And once again, it's another one of my 5-part motions.
Sorry, it's just
aligning.
it's taking a minute to get it up on the screen, Councillor Ainsley, only because earlier I understood you to be saying you would deal with it within the other report. Oh, here it is. They found it. Okay.
Yep. And I think this can all be done together in the same report. It's basically aligning the opening of warming centers with the declaration of an emergency cold weather alert, delegating authority for declaring an emergency cold weather alert and the opening of warming centers to the medical officer of health, ensuring that the cold weather response plan is implemented between September 15th and June 1st each year, in line with the time period in which the City of Toronto's minimum temperature bylaw comes into effect for tenants, ensuring hot meals, adequate washroom, showers, harm reduction supplies, and on-site social work and health supports are available in warming centers, securing appropriate space either within the city's portfolio through the public service partners, by purchasing sprung structures, or through commercial rental opportunities to ensure an equitable citywide network of warming centers. And finally, that the funding required to deliver an equitable citywide network of warming centers, either through the city or through agency partners, with a fair wage policy in place for all staff. And just to speak to the motion, so this comes based on a lot of experience that I've had over the past few years with warming centers, trying to have a cold weather warning issued. Right now rests with the city manager's office. The first time I tried to find out why we couldn't have one issued sooner, when the weather the temperature dropped out of the bottom and it was freezing. No offense to the city manager's office, but I had to work my way through their office. I first contacted the medical officer of health because that's where I thought it would stem from. It turned out it was the city manager's office. Trying to run a city of this size, I'm not sure the expertise is always there in the city manager's office to decide on an extreme cold weather alert. My ward is in the southeast corner of Scarborough, in all of Scarborough, which is a quarter of the city of Toronto. We have one warming center in the Scarborough Civic Center. I can remember pre-COVID visiting it, and there weren't a lot of people in it. The last cold weather alert that we had, when I dropped in to see it, it was full in the middle of an afternoon on a Saturday in Scarborough, which came as a bit of a shock to me that it was full. When I was talking with staff while I was there and asking about what they think that they needed to adequately staff a warming center, because they were giving out bottles of water, they were giving snack bars out, there was washrooms around the corner, but D, I think, really encapsulated what they talked to me about around hot meals, showers, harm reduction supplies, securing the appropriate space. As I said, there's only one in Scarborough at the Scarborough Civic Center. It's no longer central Scarborough. As I said, I live in the east end of Scarborough. That's where my ward is. I would like to see more warming centers across the city. I'd like to have that looked at. And that kind of covers off F. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor. Are there any questions of the mover? Councillor Moyes.
Can I-
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay.
Councillor Robinson, did you have a question of the mover?
Clarification. Is
Yep.
this motion being moved? It's actually to the chair, I think. Is this motion being moved as a walk motion? What item is this? Like, is this?
We're dealing right now. We're dealing with an item that was introduced to the agenda, item number 9, which is was brought forward by Councillor Moyes, which
So was it a walk on? It's a walk on.
from this morning. Yes, it was added to the agenda this morning. Councillor Ainsley is now adding something to it, and I'll be ruling on that in a second. Did you want to clarify?
I've never seen that before, so I'm just a bit confused.
Oh, okay. Council, if you're looking on the portal, you can see Councillor Moyes' motion, and Councillor Ainsley's has just been added.
Yeah, I saw Councillor Moyes' motion. I've never seen somebody add motions to a motion walk on, so that's what I'm.
Yes.
I'm struggling with. Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
Thank you.
I'm going to rule on that in a second. I think I can reflect your concerns. Are there questions of the mover?
Yes. So my motion is really asking for report back, and I'm not quite sure if this additional piece is actually asking for report back. First of all, and I'm also, as well as intentioned as this may be, is very specific, and I'm not sure any councillor has the expertise to provide such direction to such an important item. It's more of a comment.
So are you asking me about my expertise, Councillor?
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah, so I think I meant most of this comes, Councillor Moyes, from the experiences that I've had trying to have an emergency cold weather alert issued, going to the warming center. I've been at the warming center a number of times at the Scarborough Civic Center. I've talked with staff that have been there about how they feel the warming center is run, if there's anything that they think can be done to improve the warming center. So most of these clauses here are based on experience that I've had.
Okay.
If you'd like to include, my intention, if you're asking for a report back on warming centers, I'm more than happy to have these included as a report request to staff on the viability of them, but if that's more palatable for you, thank you.
Okay. So Councillor, the concern that Vice Chair Robinson is raising is a very real one. In the morning, when people took an add-on to the agenda, I think it's customary. The council is pretty quick to introduce an item to the agenda because it's a report request. It's kind of general in nature, and it bypasses having to do a notice of motion to council and have it come back to us and so on and so forth. The approach to the report can begin right away, but to add a motion to a motion is problematic. But you do want the information, you would like it to come back at the same time it's coming back to Councillor Moyes. And in conference with the clerk, I understand that we can achieve that, and if I simply refer your motion directly to staff so that they have it and can take it under consideration, and the instruction to write this general report will still be there. That leaves you able to get your ideas before staff, and it certainly opens the door to your meeting with staff between now and when they're writing their report for April. So I'm going to move a motion to refer yours to staff, and then it keeps us in the culture and discipline of the general report request motion that was introduced this morning.
Sure, that'd be great.
Super. Okay. Okay. Okay, we're just quickly drafting the referral. Okay, so my motion is that the motion from Councillor Ainsley be referred to the General Manager, SSHA, for consideration as part of the report requested for April 25th, 2023. And do we have to vote? We have to vote on the report requested first then? Yeah, oh, the referral comes first, okay. I think we can assume that the main motion will pass as well. Okay. So, councillors, this will allow us to also wrap things up. So, on my motion to refer Councillor Ainsley's, all in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And on the main motion on the item from Councillor Moyes, all in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay. Now I'm looking for a motion to adjourn. I want to get the minutes here. Councillor Mantis loves moving this motion. Motion to adjourn. All in favor?
Motion to adjourn,
Opposed?
Councillor Ainsley.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you very much.